Good evening, everyone on the TGS and Twitch. We be back with honestly kind of a more of a normal-ish style stream. And I say that because of the fact of, you know, Saturday, TGSR, then Fortnite pre-show. Because we all know, even though drive is good, it's still probably only going to take like 30 minutes to get through everything, so meh.
Yeah, especially because we end off just before the Trideron episode.
Before we pivot into something, I want to force us into a different thing.
Okay.
Also, thank you, Incendiary, for the follow. I mainly only want to kind of force us into this one because I kind of find it interesting, and I feel like this is something that would be kind of right up your alley too.
Probably. I just see the roguelike tag and I'm like, roguelike. Oh.
Also, that alert took a while. I don't have the alerts on the layouts right now, I just realized.
Oh, I heard it. And it went through on my end.
Oh, I just now heard it. It took a while to like catch up on my side, but I still don't have them on there apparently.
Also, we had to end at the worst possible time on Thursday.
Why?
Guess what got announced within 5 minutes of us ending?
I wasn't paying attention to it, so what?
Okami 2.
Oh, yeah.
I was literally sitting there just unplugging stuff and just coming down from the stream, and I just look up and they're doing a teaser and stuff, and Jeff's all like teared up about it, and I'm like, what is this? And then it plays through and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then when I see the shield form on the back, I'm like, oh my god, it's fucking Okami. Oh my god, it's Okami. Oh shit. And they're like, by the way, it's also a sequel. Also, by the way, Kamiya is back at Capcom, I guess, to direct this. Okay, there are toilet flowers I can buy.
Most of the stuff you probably don't want to waste the coin on.
I mean, I have no coins to start with, so it doesn't particularly matter.
Also, the coins do persist between playthroughs, because I still have all the coin from when I was playing this before. And just the massive upgrades kind of deal. So literally everything persists.
It's another thing I should probably be getting.
Oh. I didn't even see this over here, so yeah.
Ally damage. Ally damage. Ally damage. Okay, so you're all ally damage, I assume. Armor. Okay. That's not a whole lot. No movement speed.
Failed, Sensei. Failed, Sensei.
Upgrade health. Drop weight, which I assume is our healing item. And that's just passive upgrade. Get coins per minute. Okay. But yeah, the stream missed out on me kind of flipping out about that, because if y'all don't know, Kami's a really favorite game of mine, even though I've never beaten it fully. Because that game is gorgeous to this day. I had to sit down and show him. I was just like, here's the teaser. Why am I excited about this game? Here is the HD remaster of the game they did a while back. Like, see how beautiful this game looks. Now here is literally the trailer for the PS2 version of the game from way back when the game first came out. Look at how still gorgeous this game is in crunchy like 480p quality. They didn't do that much to the game for the HD remaster, just cleaned it up a bit, you know, got it to essentially HD capability, and that was it. But again, the game is gorgeous.
Okay.
I guess we
Cowabunga! Turtle time!
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Turtle Power! They're the world's most fearsome fighting team. We really hit. They're heroes in a half-elf and they're free.
Also, it gets harder as it goes. Obviously.
I can imagine.
The pizzas are helpful.
I figured as much. It is, you know, Turtles in Time rules.
Also, you do have like jump, slam kind of
Drop attack, basically.
pretty much, yeah. And then the portal goes to the next one.
And
You can get quests.
Splinter is here for a quest.
Yep.
Well, I've got one. I just need to like kill 15 more enemies. Because apparently I only killed 5 of them there.
And then you vote on which upgrade you want.
Turtle power, I guess.
That gives us basically an assist ally kind of deal. Which you gain that over time.
But yeah, they announced Okami 2, which it's gonna be like 2+ years out because Kami had just formed that studio this year. But ended up Capcom. I don't think it's like a Capcom owned studio. I don't believe, but it's still, you know, under Capcom. It's still working with Capcom for this game. It's also hilarious that the studio name is Clovers. Since, you know, the original studio Kami worked at Capcom was Clover. And then he left that after it got shut down and formed Platinum. And apparently, because of, like, shit that has went down with Platinum in the last, like, couple years or so, it seems like Platinum might be dead soon.
I guess I still didn't.
I mean, it's up in the top left for me, so I know when my quest will be done.
Yeah, mine's still stuck at 0 of 50 though, so
What is it?
50 with the. I'm still on nunchuck, aren't I? Yep. Never mind.
You're on the wrong weapon.
Yep. Okay, so if we don't pick, then that auto does. Cool.
I thought I picked.
We did,
Turtle
but we
power.
tied. I was gonna
Oh,
go with
okay.
the minus 50% damage.
Fair. But Naughty Dog also announced their new, the proper game that's not a Last of Us
Yep, that was what it was. Good work, man.
Now I need to get a new quest. I don't know how to summon specifically April, so I will not grab those. Feels like I can only really do the defeat enemies one.
Yeah, I don't know either. I've not played enough to know.
Money.
Yeah, more coins good. Especially because I don't think either of us have an ally ready.
No, I've already burned mine.
Yeah, same. I kind of like the comic book texture that even some of the Fortnite areas got out of this.
Yeah. I'm aware.
And then I grabbed the piece on accident.
Turtle power!
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja
Booyakasha!
Grab this pizza right here.
Oh, I see it. Kind of blended into the grass.
Whoop. Good quest. Ah. And
Oh,
trust
and I
me,
guess-
it just keeps getting harder.
Hmm.
Yeah, sure, more coin.
I guess you saw in the Discord chat what the multi-world item count is for the community archipelago I'm in.
I actually did not pay attention, but these.
Yeah, that's about 6,000 more than the last one I was in. I believe was someone's count. So it's a lot. And that mod I posted, it actually works mostly. Unfortunately, from like Wizard on, there's no real documentation in there. Like like it's set up, but it's not like in the book you get from the mod. But everything before that is properly documented. I think in full, I hope. Figured that might help our Minecraft stuff just a little bit.
Ow.
Ow, shit.
Oh boy. So this one's actually relatively easy on the bonus place. We just got a bunch of boxes.
What the mod does is you can get a book that basically has like all the proper documentation in there. So it'll have like, you can go to the specific era and then the specific show, and then it'll be like, here is the writer's portion, and it will tell you, here is the writer, here is how you get the writer, and like where they're from in terms of like material. And it'll give you the recipes and stuff. And for forms, it also tells you how to get those forms. Because sometimes we run into that problem of just like, wait, how do we do this form? So it has all that kind of documentation in there, and also about the items and stuff. And drop rates. You know, the thing we were looking up on the GitHub page this week, it's all in there.
So much easier than
It's all in game. We just have to pull the item out of like just enough items, I think, because I don't think there's a recipe to craft it. There's also.
Oh, watch out for the explosives.
I was getting teleported.
Yeah, the green one's teleport.
Okay.
Ninjas get it done.
There we go. As you just slurp right into it.
Yeah. But there's a book just for Writercraft. There's also a book just for Minecraft stuff as well. It's kind of like partially user generated, partially it's pulling from the data in the mod itself. I think for clarification's sake, it kind of has to like have user input to kind of clarify everything. But it does, formatting wise, just generate everything. I think it's just like you have to fill in the info and stuff. And there's someone on the Discord specifically filling out for the mod. It's the only reason I found out about it, because I was trying to figure out stuff in the mod today. I was like, is there still no Lord Baron in this? And I was looking around and stuff, and like somebody in there was posting, it's like, oh, I'm using this mod to fill out stuff, and it's like, oh, this is how they're doing the documentation for the game. It's in game with a mod. That's entire purpose is, oh god.
Yeah.
I got surrounded and I couldn't jump out in time. I'll be over here in the corner. But yeah, somebody else is pulling out the mod. The entire, I guess the entire point of this kind of mod is internal documentation of the mod for, or just like a better, I guess it's technically a better recipe book mod, basically. It's kind of
almost there.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they take damage when they only take damage when there's. Yeah, that's a little annoying.
Yeah.
Because we have no way to get them off the ground besides wait for them to stand back up.
Got him.
Alright, you need the pizza more than me?
You need it too, though.
Not anymore! So the shield guy just bonks me in the face and calls it a day.
Okay. Get up. I can output more damage than you right now, so truthfully, it's probably better that you get the healing stuff first. Which is funny to say that because I was the one going down constantly before. I've upgraded enough to be fine.
Yeah, and because of this mod, I found out, oh, there's a couple form changes that I did not know about. From digging around in the GitHub. Great.
Oh, and I totally voted for the more health.
As soon as I thought it was health, I was like, oh yes, please, health. We need that.
I like the alternation that they do with it. You don't just play custom stuff, and you don't just play Fortnite stuff.
Jump, please. Well, my keep was a fat load of help.
Okay, that was not good. Okay. This is a problem. What?
You broke the floor. Good thing is we can't go that way, so it's fine.
Ow. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to show this one off. We don't have to keep going with this if you want to swap over and actually do other stuff.
We get some passive coin generation going. Some decent passive coin generation. 20 coins per minute. All right. Okay, that's as far as I can push it.
Hello.
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 What's up, y'all?
Shot rate's probably a good thing to grab. No, that's not happening.
Oh, you just walk over to her and you can equip her.
Oh. Probably why our allies were doing nothing.
That's what that's looking like.
I want to give it another run.
Cowabunga!
I just created a monster
Turtle
now.
time!
Yep. So Glock, have you seen the Game Awards a couple nights ago?
Yeah.
Anything of interest for you?
Yes, I have.
Also, you were extremely quiet tonight.
Oh, ninjas!
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Hello.
Teenage Mutant Ninja
Better.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, so, okay. We'll go ahead and get the final review from it out of the way. I am so sick and fucking tired of console exclusives that it's not funny.
I was about to say, which
Are you-
console
oh, there
exclusive
you
was
go.
the problem?
All of them. But
Oh.
honestly, the one that pissed me off the most was Intergalactic. I am not the type of person to sit there and go, oh yeah, fuck console exclusives, and then go, woohoo, Xbox exclusive. I fucking hate console exclusives. I genuinely hate console exclusives. We as a community are supposed to be in this because we love video games and we love getting as many people as possible to play our video games. These fucking contracts are stupid. These fucking agreements between companies and console creators is fucking stupid.
Okay, but dude,
It's so
I'm gonna
beyond
say that's kind of the
stupid.
thing that's always been there.
I know.
And that
but
is what drives console sales, otherwise why would we even have multiple consoles?
I don't think we should. I think it is. I think it is fair to say.
I'm gonna say this here. Would you rather have multiple consoles that are competing for attention or no consoles at all? Because a monopoly would shut them down completely.
That's fair. I don't know. Listen, as I've gotten a little bit older, when I was a kid, I used to be hardcore Xbox. I fucking, it's the only thing I played on. And to a degree, it is still the only thing I play on, purely because it's the only thing I have. I have my PC. I play a lot, I used to play a lot on my PC, but lately I just haven't felt like actually getting to my computer desk to play.
I mean,
but like
Xbox Play Anywhere, there's really no need in an Xbox anymore.
fair, but I got an Xbox Series S for Christmas, so I mean, I wasn't gonna sit there and be like, oh, I don't need this.
Oh, I'm just saying. If you
honestly-
get it, that's fine, but I don't see the reason in buying an Xbox because there's nothing exclusive to an Xbox anymore.
Agreed. And to a degree, I also don't feel a need to buy a PlayStation either because they're slowly getting released to PC.
Okay. Yes and no. PlayStation's that weird, do you want to play it while it's still relevant? Because right now, yes. But
That's
the fact
fair.
that they have decided to go ahead and do that also is one of those, okay, I can like,
Being a turtle.
kind of deals.
Right, exactly. So the games that I am most excited for are Intergalactic.
That's
which
the new Naughty
is,
Dog game,
again-
right? Or is that? Or
Yes.
am I? Oh, okay.
And
I was like Intergalactic.
and
that's
I
the
will
new Naughty
be-
Dog games.
and I will be 100% honest. I don't care for Neil Druckmann. I feel like he's a little bit caught up in his own bullshit. But he's made some good games. I don't care for Last of Us 2 for I'm still pissed that they killed him. You know what? Anyway,
But they're remastering it.
I have no intention of playing it.
I mean,
That
I saw
game does
announcement,
not
I was,
need a
like,
fucking
pissed off, and-
remaster.
Look, I saw that announcement during the Game Awards and I was like, piss off. Welcome to the second thing that pissed me off at the Game Awards in terms of announcements.
I mean,
Yeah.
a game that came out this generation totally needs a remaster.
However, I have mixed feelings about the very first reveal.
The Ninja Gaiden?
No, The Witcher.
Oh, okay. I guess you didn't watch the pre-show because that was technically the first reveal.
I did not watch the pre-show.
Oh, then you missed out on the best reveal, the thing that pissed me off right off the bat.
I know that Solasta 2 got revealed, which was pretty sweet.
That's not it.
Oh,
Do you
What-
remember that the trailer I linked to you for the Pac-Man Lost secret level episode?
yeah.
Guess what's getting a video game?
That's fucking funny.
It's a 2D Metroidvania. And I told that to piss right off. No, no way. No, piss off. No. You do not do the worst fucking episode of that series so far and then tell me, hey, here's a video game based on it. No, fuck you.
You want to know what's bad? The video game's
game-
probably going to be better than the episode.
It looks like a perfectly serviceable Metroidvania, a 2D Metroidvania. I absolutely do not give a shit.
So speaking
The whole
of,
time I was sitting there like, okay, I could get behind this, but then I was also sitting there, I'm like, this is the thing that pissed him off right now.
so here's the crazy thing about Secret Level. Secret Level came out with what is probably one of my favorite adaptations of a video game into television format ever because of how fucking accurate it was.
Which episode?
40K.
Okay, that's fine. I was just like, oh,
Whoever made that episode, because I know that if I remember correctly, it's like Love, Sex, and Robots, where like each episode is a different developer, right?
if it was, I couldn't tell outside of the Sifu episode because all the episodes blended together after a while.
Okay, fair. The Warhammer 40K. Okay, so do y'all know much about 40K?
I know very simple things about 40K.
I know
which
it
is why when I
exists.
watched look, I watched all the episodes almost in order. I watched the Pac-Man episode first because I had to see what disaster and dumpster fire that was. By the time I got to the 40K episode, because I think that's what, second to last episode of the batch,
Yeah,
I was very burned out on
that is fair.
aesthetics and stuff. So I was just like, well, this is 40K from my understanding. Cool.
Okay.
I have no investment, so it's hard for me to be excited to care.
A lot of the time in 40K media, artists, live action, it doesn't fucking matter. They always have a little bit of trouble with showing just how fucking fast Space Marines are. Because Space Marines are basically in tank armor. You don't expect them to be fast, but they are repeatedly in all media explained to be like faster than any other soldier on the battlefield, like insanely fast. So that, you know, that one scene where the heretic tries to shoot him in the head, the bullet bounces off and his neck just fucking whips around way faster than it ever should. Yeah, and then their movements and everything, like it was perfect. It was genuinely perfect. It was also nice to see Titus again, but like the fact that they don't talk other than like I think the whole episode has like 6 words in the very beginning.
I was about to say, the main guy says a thing, and then his buddy says a thing at the end, and then the main guy says some things after that. Look, I don't even know who the fucking people are. All I know is I'm like, go for Space Marine 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay,
cool.
Titus is the guy that survived. Titus is the one that survived. He is the main character of Warhammer 40k Space Marine and Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. He's also been in other media.
Wait, which one of the two survived? Which one of the two of them survived?
Titus is does the captain survive?
Okay, the one that took out the psychic monster thing, or the one that didn't but still lived?
I'm trying to remember. I think it was Titus that killed the psychic. He was the one that literally looked at his captain, looked at the leader, the team leader, the kill team leader, and went, "We're not done yet." Turned around and walked into more battle.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
yeah. That's Titus. And yeah. So I will say that is a really accurate representation of Space Marines. It is incredible how good that episode was. I was fully expecting it to be fucked up in some way.
I am a little surprised that the game is being this nice to us.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of either damage buff or defense buff.
So back to the Game Awards. I have incredibly mixed feelings about The Witcher 4 for a number of reasons.
Is it how Ciri is able to be a Witcher, I assume?
That is one of the reasons, but that's not entirely that's one of the reasons, but it's not the full reason. So
is it the extra level of really on the disclaimer at the bottom?
I didn't even read the disclaimer to be. Oh, you talking about the untitled NVIDIA graphics card?
Yeah, the extra level of like, oh, this is really on an untitled. Do you have to be that specific now?
Okay, so great. That's the 50 series. Thank you for telling us that without telling us that. No. So, okay. To kind of break it down. Have y'all played the Witcher games or read the books or watched the TV show?
I'm vaguely aware of Witcher in very broad scopes, but I have not played it.
Okay.
Again, I know it exists.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so Witchers are meant to be monster hunters. The games change the Witchers slightly. So Geralt is not an ugly man. That is very much the case in the games and in the show because Henry Cavill plays him. Geralt is not an ugly man. However, in the books, in the original media of The Witcher, Witchers are not human. The Trial of the Grasses fucks them up to the point of like... So... The best way to describe it, you know how you see someone that's like super lean and they have like 5 to 7% body fat, but they're cut, like you can see their muscles and shit. Witchers have 0 body fat. 0. Not 0%, not 0.1%. They have 0 body fat. It is pure muscle and skin. And to look at that is terrifying. Imagine looking at someone's face when they have 0 body fat. They are meant to be terrifying. They are meant to be these horrifying things that are able to hunt monsters because of the shit that they've gone through. I gave a pass on that because of the fact that, you know, the game wouldn't be well liked if the main character was the ugliest fucking thing possible. Same with the TV show. But anyway, point is, the games do take some liberties, and I'm okay with certain liberties. However, currently what we know about The Witcher, A, the School of the Wolf is doomed. It's been doomed since the raid on Kaer Morhen 1.
I love being a turtle.
Kaer Morhen got raided in the first game, and the instruments, the supplies, everything that was needed to put future Witchers through what is called the Trial of the Grasses, which is the transformation. It gives them their mutagen. All of it was destroyed in the raid. Now, there are other schools. However, we have never been able to see or confirm a currently running Witcher school other than the School of the Wolf. Even Letho, we have no idea if the School of the Viper is running. If the School of the Viper actually is occupied. We have no idea about the School of the Cat, School of the Griffin, School of the Manticore, which is, I believe, School of the Manticore was thought to be a myth until 3, I believe, when we actually find the armor and go, holy fuck, it's real.
Okay, one of these house names does not belong, just off name alone.
Oh yeah, there's also School of. There's 7. There's Wolf, Cat, Viper, Griffin, Manticore. Damn it, my mind's blanking. Anyway, there are 2 other schools. However, Ciri is wearing a medallion. That is not the School of the Wolf. It's a lynx. It would be safe to assume that that's supposed to be School of the Cat. However, we've already seen a School of the Cat medallion, because we've already met a School of the Cat Witcher in 3. And that's not the same medallion. There are only supposed to be 7 Witcher schools. I'm counting that, right? Because I am blanking on the making me doubt my own words.
I got... I'm gonna be over here. Hopefully at the Aprils. Distract them.
8.
Gotcha.
No, 7. Yeah, 7.
Darn it.
Wolf, Cat, Griffin, Bear, Viper, Crane, and Manticore.
Again, one of these does not belong. I'm sorry, you get all the cool animal names and just cat. Not even a cool cat, just cat.
The School of the Cat is actually pretty cool. We'll get to that, though. Hang on.
But
So,
it's not a cool cat. Just a cat.
Yes.
fair. So, here's the thing, right? Those are the guaranteed 7 Witcher schools. That's it. That's it. The 7 Witcher schools were created from the Order of Witchers, which were created in the 10th century after the conjunction of the spheres. Now, Ciri having a new medallion is concerning because that means there's an 8th Witcher school that is just out of nowhere. It also means that Ciri found someone that was able to put her through the Trial of the Grasses because the School of the Wolf could not. Once you go through the Trial of the Grasses with a certain Witcher school, you become that Witcher school's Witcher. That is essentially how it works. You can't decide you want to be School of the Wolf and then go to the School of the Cat and go through the trial of the grass is there and come back to the wolf. Whoever, it's basically your kind of like knighting, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So Siri has gone through the trial of the grass. Here's the problem. I am perfectly willing an argument from CD Projekt Red that says that the reason she survived is because of her elder blood. I am perfectly willing to at least accept that there might be a thin 1 in 1,000th chance that that's why she survived. However, any other argument that they could potentially give for why Siri would survive the trial of the grasses is completely void thanks to every single bit of lore that we have. There is only one school in all of the Witchers that has been able to officially create a female Witcher, and that's the School of the Cat. Now, fun thing about the School of the Cat, they don't do Trial of the Grasses anymore. If you're a part of the School of the Cat, you're basically trained on how to be a Witcher without being a Witcher. School of the Cat accepts humans, women, non-humans, your elves, shapeshifters. They will accept anyone that is willing to pick up a sword and fight monsters. But they do not do the Trial of the Grasses anymore. Because if they did, it would kill 90% of their Witchers.
I guess that's why they're not a cool cat.
Right. So, that being the case, that means that the only school that we know of in the lore that has been able to officially, legitimately create a female Witcher through the Trial of the Grasses doesn't even do it anymore. Meaning that that's not even remotely an option. Every other school doesn't accept women because the Trial of the Grasses, it has a 100% mortality rate for women. The School of the Cat found some way to make it possible, but they never gave out what made it possible. And then they just threw it to the wayside and said, fuck it, we don't need it anymore.
I didn't grab the last pizza.
So, when you are introducing Siri as a Witcher, at first, I will say, I was happy with the trailer up until the very moment she picked up a potion and drank it. When it revealed that she is a full-blooded genetic Witcher now, I got pissed off. I genuinely like Siri as a character. I loved the Siri missions in Witcher 3. I 100% was ready for Siri to be the main character of The Witcher. However, what I thought they were going to do, which would have made more sense to me, is, oh, Siri can't be a full-blooded Witcher, so signs are out of the question, but you know what she can do? She has magic, because she was taught by the fucking Coven!
That's not... Oh.
Like, she can do full-blooded magic. She can do shit like Yennefer and Triss and all of them. Why do we need signs? Why do we need her to be a Witcher? She can be trained by Witchers and witches and still be, like, the whole aspect of her being a child of the Elder Blood was the most fascinating thing about her, and it feels like it's being pushed to the wayside in favor of being like, hey guys, she's a Witcher because women can be Witchers too.
It might be a working backwards from a gameplay perspective of, well, we have to give the player the ability to do the sign stuff because that's a core mechanic of the games. So Siri has to do that, and now we have to work backwards from us giving that to her.
I guess
It's a
and
thought.
I want, yeah, that's fair. And I want to say this, I am not in any way upset with Ciri being a Witcher, as long as they have a legitimate, non-lore breaking reason as to how she became a Witcher. If they don't, it's gonna kill it for me, because I am huge on lore. That's why I stopped watching the TV show. The TV show breaks so much of the canon that it's ridiculous. The entire reason Henry Cavill said deuces. Like, there's a lot of shit that goes on in this universe. This is not a new IP that they can just go, fuck it, let's change everything real quick since it's still fresh and new. Yes, The Witcher 3 got them mainstream success, which is probably the main thing, right? Because The Witcher and The Witcher 2 were not as huge of successes as The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 is what really introduced the mainstream world to Geralt.
I was about to say, well, I think Witcher 2 at least gave them traction and gave them
Yes.
momentum, but 3 was what
3
gave
was
them the spotlight.
Yeah. And another thing that I'm just like, you people are crazy, is there are people that are already talking about pre-ordering The Witcher 4.
How it goes.
I love CD Projekt Red's games. I don't think I have had a single CD Projekt Red game that I did not like, except for their reiteration of Gwent, where they changed it a bit, and now it's not the same card game that it is in The Witcher.
Oh.
Anyway, I love CD Projekt Red's game.
Yeah,
For something
yeah.
else.
However, CD Projekt Red is very, very, very well known for their games being shit at release. This was not a new thing with Cyberpunk. Witcher 3 was absolutely nearly unplayable in the beginning. Witcher 1, it's still pretty fucking rough. Of course, it's an old game, whatever, but like, Witcher 2 was better, but still had problems. And Witcher 2 came out in that time frame where regular updates and shit were not the norm, so it kind of got left to the wayside, which sucks, because Witcher 2 has honestly one of the better stories out of the Witcher universe. I love 3, but 2 had a much more focused story. But pretty much CD Projekt Red has never been known for making games that are like, mwah, perfect at release. So people that are talking about pre-ordering this game, I just... God. I don't know. I guess for the game to be a success, it has to be bought on day one. I get that. But like... And then all of the news that's coming out of these companies with... these companies that I really like, that are making games and shit that I'm really excited for, hearing the news about them going hard on the DEI train.
DEI?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. It sounds great on paper, but in reality, it just gives people a reason to hate you.
Let's see how crappy we are with OG.
Oh, there is a no build version.
Oh,
That is not no build.
But so there's been a Twitter war about DEI for a while now. DEI is basically what evolved from the SJW type argument of Twitter. Does that make sense?
I found it.
Yeah.
I pulled it up
Okay.
there.
I was trying to find it too. It's like I just bookmarked it. Where'd it go?
But anyway, point being, I have mixed feelings for it. I sincerely hope with all of my being that Witcher 4 will be good. I'm also a little bit butthurt that they lied to us, but you know, we're neither here nor there.
What did they lie about?
They outright said that the game would not be called The Witcher 4. It would have a title.
Why did you done red of me?
They outright said that it would have a title and that it would not be The Witcher 4.
Well,
Anyway.
they still have time to unlie about that and change the name.
True. But
Cause you're a natural. I beat it harder.
so that is the game that I have the most mixed feelings for. I lost interest in a lot of it. I'm trying to think what comes to mind when I think of the Game Awards, and okay, I'm gonna get this out of the way. Congrats to the Astrobot creators. I'm sorry, y'all didn't deserve Game of the Year. I'm sorry. Y'all didn't fucking deserve Game of the Year.
Okay, what deserved Game of the Year for you then?
Either Black Myth Wukong or as much as I would hate say it, Final Fantasy.
Okay.
Personally, I would say Black Myth Wukong, but I understand why Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is up there. It's up there because it is genuinely a good game. But
If you were gonna say Shadow of Erdtree, we're gonna have words.
no, fuck that. I fucking the audacity of them to make jokes about the fact that a DLC is up for Game of the Year and think it's completely okay. I got so pissed off when they did that Muppet joke. I was like, are y'all fucking serious? Not only are y'all saying, hey, fuck you, we don't care about your opinion, you're actively saying, hey, fuck you, we spit on your opinion.
I mean, yeah. I've got people in front of me.
I will head to you then. I was just happy about the last one.
Oh, I've got a team in front of me.
Oh, I see him.
Or not.
Oh, this gun can't hit for shit at range. Oh no.
Man, I found a shotgun, so.
My wife and I are both pretty excited for Okami. That is something we are excited for.
I will be
Put
honest.
stuff on me.
I didn't think that ever happened again. To be perfectly honest, because we technically have an Okami too. No one remembers it because it was on like the DS or 3DS, I forget which.
There's another person.
Really?
Somewhere near us.
Yeah, it's Okami Den.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Exactly.
Another team in front of me.
Got one.
God, I love the shotgun. Here, you can have that one.
Yeah, this SMG sucks ass.
Ooh.
Oh. This way? Yep. Footsteps.
Okay, I like the burst.
Yeah, because Okami Den came out it was like a few years after the original game came out for like DS, I think. It was top-down perspective. It focused on basically like a kid version of Ami and like some of the kids and stuff of like some of the characters from Okami 1. It was a sequel for all intents and purposes.
That's really funny.
But again, it came out on a portable. It was not directed by Kamiya and all them. Like it was some other studio that wasn't Clover because Clover was dead by then.
Yeah.
But I guess that's just disregard, and I'm like, you know what? That's fine. Most people aren't gonna fucking remember that game anyway.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unfortunately, all this with Okami made me go, how is Platinum doing? And the more I look, the more I go, oh, Platinum's dead within a year, aren't they? Oh dear.
Which is unfortunate. Platinum made good games.
They haven't recently, and it seems like they've basically ran off all of their creative director people.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like,
Well, what
yeah,
was the last
Kamiya
thing
left.
What was the last thing they made?
That'd be Bayonetta Origins,
Oh.
like 2 years ago. Their last 3 games are Bayonetta Origins, Bayonetta 3, and Babylon's Fall.
Oh, God.
Mm-hmm. And guess what the CEO of Platinum wants more of?
Babylon's Fall.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
I forget the list, but basically, like your Astral Chain director, your director for the black and white game that was on the Wii. I can't remember the name of it. Him and like 2 others are gone. Like they've removed any mention of Platinum from their bios on social media, and they, at least one of them has went and founded another studio, and that studio is also working on the Okami sequel because it's Clover's studio now, or Clover's game. Yeah, it's Clover's studio is what Kami has opened. Another studio, and then this 3rd studio that another Platinum like creative director person puts up something. Has opened since leaving Platinum. A thing I saw is someone described it as Platinum has become persona non grata for the industry at large.
Oh, in front of me.
Damn.
Two sets of footsteps. Ow.
Oh dear, I'm between a lot of people. There was another team on the way. That's why I ran. But yeah, like, I understand the love for Platinum. Unfortunately, that Platinum doesn't exist anymore, apparently.
Damn.
And everyone that you would care about has fucked off. Like, I have to see if I can find the specific name of it.
I mean, I can't say I blame them.
Yeah, Kenji Saito, who was for Metal Gear Rising, Takashi Tauru for Astral Chain, Masaki Yamanaka for Anarchy Reigns, and Abebe Tanari for Bayonetta Origin have all left.
Damn. Yeah, so Platinum just completely fucking up anything.
Yep. Yep, let's see, a different thing. Probably compile some of this for the 31st. They apparently had a lot of projects canceled. It really feels like their shenanigans finally have made them persona non grata in the industry. Aura's project was canned by their partner company, and that was probably what made him bail. Which is also why probably Kamiya bailed, because he was supposed to be working on that Ultraman-esque game for like years, and then you know, never happened.
Yeah.
And he left October of last year. And I believe he said he was on a 6-month non-compete clause because of his contract, which is why he went and started a YouTube for a hot minute before he stopped working on that. And I guess went and formed Clover Studios sometime this year, which is why that Okami game's not happening for like 2+ years. But I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
We were streaming during the Game Awards. We had it on the side Thursday. We ended just before that Okami reveal happened. So the stream missed me flipping out about it. Because I didn't realize it was Okami until I saw the shield, and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, my wife and I were watching it, and we were sitting in my parents' living room, and we were both just chilling, and I was watching, and she was kind of on her phone, and I was like, wait a fucking minute. As he was running through the forest, I was like, there's only a few things.
Look, I looked for so many reactions to it in the Pac-Man game, and so many people joked like, oh, it's Okami, jokingly. And then 5 seconds later, it's like, oh my god, it's Okami. Where'd your friend go?
Tell me you had people over here.
That's because I ran into him on purpose. But I got him, it's fine. I picked the fight that time.
Up here?
I also know people were really happy about Onimusha. Like, one person I follow was just, as soon as I saw that happen on stream, like, well, I'm gonna go drop that in their Discord and see them flip out about this, because they've been banging on about wanting the new Onimusha for like a year plus.
Yeah, when I will be 100% honest, I completely miscalled what that was. As I was watching it, I was like, are they making another fucking Neo? Like, the entire time, I'm like, they've already made 3. And the 3rd one flopped.
That's saying Neo isn't Capcom, is it?
I'm pretty sure it is, isn't it?
I could swear that's...
One's got a sniper.
I did flip out for the new Virtua Fighter, though.
Down. I don't know where his teammate wound up. He was up over the hill.
I am surprised well, I'm partially surprised RGG's working on that Virtua Fighter.
So, okay. I'm going to say this, and hopefully I'm not the only one in this group that has absolutely no fucking idea of what it is. Dungeons and fighting? What is that?
The reveal from the Game Awards, because I don't remember that one.
It's the first Berserker, Kazan, and then the other one, Afghan. It's from something. Apparently, it's some kind of established universe, and I'm like, what the fuck is Dungeons and Fighting?
I think that's Dungeon Fighter Online, I believe. It's like some long-standing MMO. It has a fighting game that was it Arxis? Yes, it was Arxis that worked on that one, I think.
Piss off.
I completely forgot about that. I can't even picture what it is in my head at the moment, to be perfectly honest.
Also, you
Yeah,
wanted
'cause
to come fight? You're going
I genuinely, as I was watching, I was like, wait, what? This looks like a neat universe, but what the fuck is happening? Who the fuck is this? Why? But yeah, no, that one looks interesting. I would
Okay.
definitely be down to find out more about it.
Or you
But
can just, kill them without me being needed.
I was trying to go after the guy that shot at us, and well, there was another team that decided they wanted to fight too, right there.
at the end of the
Scope
day, though,
dialogue? Yes, please.
I'll be honest. I don't know. I'm assuming that. I'm assuming that I think I'm just getting older, so I'm starting to be a lot more disinterested in modern games.
It happens.
What did that
I've
guy
been a
think he was
long-standing
accomplishing?
fan. I've been a long-standing fan of Mafia. I'll be honest, the old world does not look enticing to me at all. Cool cinematic and all, but honestly, I'd rather just watch a Mafia movie.
I would say I would be surprised by Slay the Spire 2 getting announced, but I knew that was already announced like months ago.
Yeah, I am. That's one I am excited for. Is Slay the Spire 2.
I had explained this. I was like, yeah, no, I knew about Slay the Spire 2 months ago because of the Unity nonsense.
Well, yeah, I forgot about that until you said that, but it was still one of those, it's like, eh.
Yeah, it looks like more Slay the Spire. I'm not gonna like sit here and be like, no, it's totally different. I'm like, nah, it's just a prettier Slay the Spire.
And that's why I'm kind of like, eh.
I will be honest, I'm excited because it looks like there are more animations for the
more
different
people.
cards.
That
That is
house
what
right
I'm
there.
excited for.
See what?
Because I love the idea of having more animations for the card effects and stuff. And I would love it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would love it if in the first game you can sometimes get cards from other decks or colorless cards. I would love it if the variations of cards have different effects on different characters. That would be so fucking cool.
God dang it.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's kind of why I said like it's a prettier Slay the Spire 2 because of all that.
I chased
Yeah.
one clean the other way, by the way.
With one new character.
Two new characters. The two characters that aren't the fire guy and silent.
Okay, I was like swordsman guy.
Yeah.
The other guy, and then I'm like, oh, necromancer, he's new. I know he's new.
Yeah, and then the fourth one is also new.
Okay, I don't remember the fourth one.
I don't remember it off the top of my head either, but there's a fourth one, and that one is new as well.
Ooh, dang, that was a headshot from that far away.
I think that the way...
Dang.
As far as I'm aware, people did not care for Robot or Mantra Lady from Slay the Spire. They prefer obviously the first two are the fan favorites.
Mm-hmm. Or the 1001 mods the game has, to be perfectly
Yes.
honest.
Yes.
I have streamed a Kamen Rider mod.
Oh, have you?
It's just Decade, and it's kind of incomplete because there's like some, like at least in the mechanic in the Agito portion of it, that doesn't fully work because that later part of it is just not implemented. But it works well enough because basically the mod is, you remember Decade, right? Guy who
Yeah.
turns into other riders.
Yeah.
So you get cards that let you turn into one of the previous Heisei riders from Decade. The cool part is all of them have different mechanics, basically.
Kind of. 2 of them.
So Decade kind of ends up being like a 9-in-1 character package, basically.
And behind me, another one.
I would join y'all, but I don't
That's
have
all.
Fortnite installed on my PC. I have it on my Xbox, and I'm on my PC right now. I'm actually trying to play some more Veilguard because I've been told that the ending is worth it, even though the game itself is a fucking slow.
Which ending? Because I know there's multiples.
I didn't know there was multiple. I just was told that the end game is fucking amazing.
But yeah, like let's see, Kuga has different buffs and debuffs
Son of a
depending on
gun.
which of his like 4 main forms.
Oh, we're
Agito
between
has-
2.
Oh dear. Agito levels up his mechanics. Ryuki plays with being in the mirror world stuff. Faiz has an equipment thing. Hibiki has rhythm game buffs you can apply.
We're between 3.
Now we are not.
Okay, now we only have the ones chasing us. So. And whoever just took a pot shot over this way.
So
Okay, 1 down.
yeah, let's go to Treviso, a little bit of main coast.
Got that one.
I'm gonna ask you about this one. Do you remember Den of Wolves from Game Awards?
Den of Wolves? Yeah, the game looks neat.
Okay, I need to ask you.
It's
have
Den
more
of Wolves. Hang on. There was
Get
two
out
of
of here,
them. There was
Hoagie.
2 of them. Is Den of Wolves the futuristic theft thieving game?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
I have to ask you this because you love Cyberpunk. Does that look like Cyberpunk to you? Like, not Cyberpunk the genre, Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. Literally,
Okay.
as I was watching it, I was like, Jesus Christ, if they don't get a lawsuit, I will be impressed.
Okay, because I was looking at as I watched the trailer, I'm like, hi, Cyberpunk? This is too close to Cyberpunk for me to not
Yeah. Yeah.
believe for a second. Okay.
100% agree. As I was watching it, I was like, I mean, kudos to them for having the balls to try it, but I wouldn't want that lawsuit.
We need to be moving the circle.
I came here to hopefully find shield potions. Because, good lord, where are all the shield potions?
Chapter 1, just saying.
Running so bad.
There.
Well, that's fucking why. Let's change
On
that
those that
to-
don't exist. Got one. That direction.
Oh, they got a sniper.
Yeah, so do I. Shoot!
We're gonna go high.
I
saw
got
him.
flanked.
Let's see where they're at. I'm flanking him.
Piss off. Ow! Worth it!
Wait.
Over here in front of me. Behind that tree.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, I'm dead. Oh my god. Playing running around the tree with you.
Bye, me. I'll take you with me.
Yeah, that's exactly what's fixing to happen. Whew. Oh, by the way, it's you and the team.
Oh no.
And there's the team. Yeah.
Damn it. Clock, I posted what I wrote for the secret level episodes that are currently out until the next batch that comes out Monday. The Concord episode's out Monday. Aren't you excited?
I'm so excited to watch it crash and burn.
Also, the Mega Man
that doesn't
episode's out
exist?
Monday.
The doesn't exist episode, you mean?
Yes. There's more written there. I just couldn't fit all 8 episodes in one. Skeet apparently is what people decided was the term for tweet in Blue Sky.
Did you say skeet?
Yes, that is what people have. Yes, it's an atrocious name. But people are like, no, fuck you, it's Skeet. Because I think
that goes to show the age of the people that got that trend rolling. Just saying.
Look, person who owns and operates, one of the people in charge of Blue Sky was like, no. And then everyone went, fuck you anyway. We're doing it anyway.
That's funny.
But yeah, like, I'll probably do a second one when the next 4 to how many ever episodes it is comes out Monday. But like, I do not have high hopes after I watched all of them. The Sifu one was the only one I'm like, oh, I kind of like this episode because it kind of like communicates what Sifu is about, like not just like on like how the game is, but like what the game is supposed to mean in 20 or so minutes. I forgot how long that episode is because apparently some of them are shorter than others. Like the D&D episode was a D&D episode. I don't know, something about the animation fell off on that one. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Sifu was good. New World, I did not realize that the person doing the Arnold Schwarzenegger impression was, in fact, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I've got people landing all around us.
See.
Hey, a shield potion.
Hooray! I also didn't realize that that was Keanu Reeves in the Armored Core episode until after the fact. I'm like,
Oh,
oh,
no, you don't, Superman.
Keanu Reeves was talking to himself for the entire episode. Hooray!
No, I killed Superman.
Also, is that episode supposed to act like a kind of an echo of the beginning of the new Armored Core? Or is it just that's just how Armored Core is?
You know, to be 100% honest, I'm not entirely sure.
This is extremely stupid and dumb.
I haven't watched the Armored Core episode. I probably should have, but
Oh, it's like the last episode of the match.
I haven't watched it. If there's any Armored Core episode.
Extremely stupid and dumb. And why did we come out on top off of that?
I don't know. Say again.
So, Keanu Reeves is in the Armored Core episode.
He's like one of only 2 people with vocal lines in the Armored Core episode. He's the pilot, and then he has a maybe not AI voice in his head that talks to him, and that's the only other character in the episode with a voice line. I say it that way because they even are like, because even he's like, I have no idea what the fuck you are besides this thing that might be my implant or something else. I don't know. I'm like, that's good. That makes me feel happy.
Hey, you got a shield potion.
It's nice to know that even I'm confused on who is in this episode. Oh. Damn you, Santa.
Woo, let's go. I got an upgrade. I've been playing a new card game. Not new. It's not new, but I have been enjoying it. It's called Card Key.
Grenades.
That's
The
it.
entire concept is you are a thief
That was a
trying
headshot
to
and a
raid
half
a
with the shotgun right there.
trying to raid a castle, and like the cards are the obstacles. So you have to figure out a way to get through all of the obstacles. It's really well made, in my opinion. I think it's great.
Sounds like a lot of the like one person like physical card games I've like heard about every now and again from one of the folks I follow, because they're kind of like built that same sort of idea.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Crossfire episode?
No.
You missed out on playing a drinking game where you take a shot every time someone says something along the lines of "I'm not the bad guy."
If you have to say, never mind. Never
I
mind.
was about to say, a lot of characters in that episode say that line, regardless of what side of the conflict they're on.
That's very funny.
Well, and then they're not the bad guy.
I could not tell you who anyone is besides I think the one bearded person that's in all their marketing was on one of the teams. Otherwise, I have no idea who the fuck anyone in that episode was. Besides, Team A has person they are trying to get out of nondescript city that is being hit by a hurricane, apparently, before Team B can get to them. And he also has a package that is important for him getting out of said city and maybe said country.
Oh.
Oh, right. We did have shot the different like bounce pads and stuff in this. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, I picked one up once. I didn't use it.
I just found one. That's why I was like, oh, right. You not grabbing the
Also-
shield potion?
Oh, I didn't see it.
I marked it.
Not bad.
I literally did that.
You can also see where my health bar is on my screen. If you look.
What about where your health bar is?
But look at the side stream.
Uh-huh.
Do you see where my health bar is supposed to be normally? And it's not there.
Oh.
And my shield indicator is some for some reason in the top left corner.
You know, I
kinda have to
didn't
go-
catch that. Also, dang it.
I started running.
I have no healing stuff. Oh, I probably will die.
I think I don't have any healing either. Yeah, I think for Sacred Level, it's the Mega Man episode, the Concord episode, the Sony episode. It's just Sony IP. I think it's like the final episode, and it is basically a glorified like trailer. Like more so than the rest of these episodes, Mike. And I think there's like one more based off the list I read on Wikipedia. But there might be more episodes. I don't know. All I know is I do not have high hopes after watching all of them in a row. I feel like Star Wars had better variety for an anthology series than this had.
Yeah.
And they have 2 of those. And one of those is just Clone Wars extra episodes, basically. And I think that one was better.
I thought this river was deeper than that. Because didn't they use boats on this one at one point?
Not until later, and maybe the map had changed by then. I did love hearing and seeing all of the rumors for Half-Life 3 showing up at the Game Awards before it aired.
I mean, Half-Life 3 and Portal 3 is definitely going to be in any Game Awards going forward.
Of
Because
course.
you know, Valve knows how to count to 3.
So, Summer of Games. Don't worry about it. It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, Valve just has to spend...
And Left 4 Dead 3.
As I have come to find out, Valve just has to spend $62,000 for 30 seconds of screen time. At minimum. That is actually how much it costs to get screen time, or to get showtime at opening night live at Gamescom.
Jesus.
For 30 seconds, mind you. So anyway, so if you see a segment longer than that, bear in mind,
Gunshots.
for every 30 seconds, multiply that number out. And that's a minimum, because it's that, like I said, that's Gamescom.
This feels like a trap.
I'm going to go use the structure. That will give me cover at least.
I threw it up there to you, by the way.
I have to think the Game Awards would technically be more
I see 'em.
expensive because it's Game Awards. I think that would cost more than Gamescom, but I'm not sure. There's no public numbers for Game Awards. There's probably a guy in this building. Or not.
Where did he go?
Deeper in town.
No, he was right here. So he's doubled back somewhere, be careful. He was running from someone. Bing. Nailed that one that far away. Top of the house that you're in.
Darn it, they spotted my footsteps. Damn it.
Ow. Purple AR. I knew what that was as soon as it hit, and I'm like, ow. I forgot purple and gold hit like a freaking Mack truck. Ooh. Someone didn't want his teammate to come back.
Yep. Oh, we will officially, after it's already been leaked, see the new Sentai show on Christmas. So for us, it will technically be Christmas Eve. They're kind of advertising it as like the 50th anniversary for Sentai, but guess what number show it is?
No idea.
It is technically the 49th Sentai show. But it is / isn't the 50th Sentai team in general. Depending on how you wish to count Lupat. Because Lupat was a Sentai versus season, so you had Lupin Ranger versus Patra Ranger, and before they did this, they were counting them both as 46, I think. No, 43rd, I think. But now that they're like, no, we want 50, so now the two teams are separate and they're being counted separately.
Oh.
So it's like, it's the 50th anniversary of Sentai. It's the 49th show, but it's the 50th Sentai team. Does that sound dumb? Yes. Thanks, Lupat. adore that show. It is incredibly flawed.
Fair.
You're
Like-
100% landed before me.
I'm not sure how.
Screwed my extended glide up.
Like a flawed in a, I don't think I want to recommend this show to people, but I still like it kind of flawed.
Gotcha.
Like, it doesn't go bad. It just is a, wow, for a versus season, they sure don't do a great deal with it and start favoring one team a whole lot for like most of the show. Can you guess which one? It's a cops and robbers theme season, so
Oh, so they start favoring the cops?
they,
Oh,
they
the
favor the
robbers?
Lupin Rangers,
Oh,
who are the thieves. They are the Phantom Thieves. If the name didn't give that away. They're literally named after Arsène Lupin.
yeah.
The movie even did the Lupin versus Sherlock, except oh god, I'm trying to remember if they did the Sherlock Sholmes meta thing or not,
Probably.
'cause I don't remember.
Well, I see the two teams that are fighting. Someone's got a
I-
shotgun down there.
I saw the muzzle flash and that was about all I saw.
Oh, I got one. Okay. That was an accident.
Oh dear. Hi.
Ow. God dang it.
Oh,
God didn't get on.
you know what? They're fighting each other.
Sorry. I guess I probably shouldn't keep moving then. Oh god. Yep,
Okay.
insta back down. Yeah.
Damn it. My burst assault rifle was garbage. Yeah, because for those that don't know, back
Let's
in the
actually
day,
back out to lobby.
back in the day, come on, let me go back to lobby. The author of the Lupin novels wanted to use Sherlock Holmes, but Sir Arthur Conan Doyle told him, no, fuck you. And so the Lupin author created Sherlock Holmes, the legally distinct version of Sherlock Holmes, and got away with it.
I love it.
And so you sometimes see Sherlock Holmes pop up in Sherlock Holmes related media. Like, they used Sherlock Holmes for the Great Ace Attorney games.
I love it.
Even though Ace Attorney 1 has Phoenix say a line about Sherlock Holmes and uses Sherlock Holmes instead of Sherlock Holmes. So I don't know what changed. But you get Sherlock Holmes in the Great Ace Attorney games you interact with, and God, he's so goddamn stupid. He is.
Alright,
I
let's
believe
see
the
what
term-
this is all cracked up to be.
Hi, John Wick. I believe the internet term is himbo. He is himbo.
How is a representation of Sherlock Holmes himbo? What?
Well, he is nice looking, but also he's incredibly fucking stupid. I think on purpose.
Gotcha.
Like, I'm not sure how else to describe it besides be like playthrough or watch Great Ace Attorney 1 for like the second case, and you'll perfectly understand Herlock's character for like most of the game. Because yep, you get all you could want of Herlock in that second case, and I'm like, God damn it, Herlock, you are helping and hurting all at the same time. I want to fucking strangle you. Please stop. You're not helping.
That's hilarious.
You do unfortunately do not get a Sherlock. Well, you get an unconventional Sherlock and Watson in this. Sherlock is teamed up with Watson's daughter, who is clearly the brains of the two of them and is also the one who wrote the novels.
Ooh.
But there is a reason why your normal Watson is not in play. You have to play the first case of Great Ace Attorney 1 to find that out.
Gotcha.
They are really good games.
Approximate
It's a really-
lie.
Yep. Yeah, it's a nice little duology. It's ported over. It's available on everything, especially because we didn't get it stateside. It was Japan only for years because it was a 3DS title. Well, 3DS titles.
Game. I don't think I've ever seen matchmaking in ETA bounce around as much as this one has. It started in 10 seconds, went to 2, jumped up to 22, then to 42, now 52, now back to 26. Like, okay, game, did you forget what to do here, or?
I'll give it to you if you'll get me a glass of tea.
It's okay, like I should have just fucking eaten it. Not said anything. It's such a message.
Yes, I saw. Okay. We're still live. I don't know, I didn't think about it. It's fine.
No, it's 7 rounds. Okay.
They're mostly ignoring us anyway.
It's a terrible size, but there is a well, it's supposed to be a GIF. I guess it's not working as a GIF. There's a picture of Herlock from Great Ace Attorney.
Oh, let me look. Oh my god.
Like I said, as people would say on the internet, himbo.
Wait, it says Holmes though.
That is probably from the fan translation that was done.
Ah, okay. I was about to say that says Holmes.
The
That's what I was
fan
gonna say.
translation did Sherlock Holmes, but the official translation that is on everything uses Herlock Holmes.
Gotcha. It's very funny. Hmm? Oh, Sherlock Holmes from the Great Ace Attorney.
But we're planting a rift point device or protecting it.
That's what they were telling me, is how stupid he is. Oh, sorry, my wife plays them more than I do. She's played through almost all of them, if not all of them.
That work? There's a gift. There you go. There's
She's
him
working.
taking a pratfall.
She's working on the Apollo Justice games now, she said. Ah,
Okay.
I see.
I was like, Apollo Justice games. Right, probably just the collection, because there's only one Apollo Justice game.
Oh,
Waiting
I
for
don't know.
players.
She bought it on Switch. It recently, I think relatively recently came out on Switch.
Yeah, because it's Apollo Justice, it's Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, and Ace Attorney Spirits of Justice. But it's the Apollo Justice collection, so that it has a different name besides Ace Attorney 2 collection. Frag, bubble. I will just take a frag grenade. I'm not gonna try to complicate this. Oh, we only get one apiece?
Okay.
Apollo has a story arc through all 3 of the games. Mainly it's how complicated can we make his backstory over the course of 3 games? But he at least has a story arc. I assume that's why they call it the Apollo Justice Collection.
Probably.
I guess we can. Oh, we can purchase items. I think I'll save my money for now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, rifle?
5762. We'll do 7.
Alright, I've gotten 2 kills already. Nope, 3.
I just stayed around a corner and kept an eye on the beacon, so. More money.
Auto shot?
You.
And what's the radar?
Shield.
Oh, I can only have one or the other.
Okay, good. It's like, how do I swap weapon?
I'd better the auto, actually. Be like I did the last time.
Play aggressive.
Not really so much play aggressive, just focus on the areas where I think we're gonna be coming. 2 of our team went down.
I see.
I got one.
I tried to help get him and I died. So, damn.
They still had 2 of them. And our 5th was way on the opposite side. How did we still win?
The bomb exploded. Oh, I lost my... Okay, I have to...
So you only get it for that round. Okay. I got the wrong thing, but oh well. Oh, we're going for that one this time? Okay.
So I was
Love that I couldn't mantle even though I knew I was mashing the button.
So I have been playing the Indiana Jones game.
How is it?
I'm not gonna lie. I fully expected myself to dislike this game. I don't know why, but I just assumed I was gonna dislike it because I've played other games that are like based off of movies, and very rarely they ever work, right?
Mm-hmm.
This game nails it. I mean, I genuinely feel like Indiana Jones. It is wild how good it is.
There's one more.
I'm dead. I think we're all dead.
However,
But still one.
I have one gripe with this game. The fucking fighting minigame is the most infuriating goddamn minigame of my life. It is purely timing based, and I fucking hate it.
I've seen mixed on the game. I think it ultimately is just kind of fine, probably, for some people.
See, I grew up on Indiana Jones, so being able to play Indiana Jones has been so much fun, because the closest I've gotten to this kind of Indiana Jones, like being able to play it, was with Lego Indiana Jones.
You didn't play the ye olde point-and-click adventure ones?
No. I've never cared for point-and-click adventures.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a kill.
And team elimination.
But the closest I've gotten up until this point has been the Lego games. And you know, they're good, but they're still Lego games.
Oh, if you don't die, you keep everything.
When did it say that Ballistics was supposed to be released for Fortnite?
Is that the competitive mode?
That's the first person mode.
Some point before now, because that is what we're currently trying on stream.
Okay. that is the one that I wanted to try, was Ballistic.
It is very Counter-Strike.
Not so much that. It puts me in the mindset of, it is kind of more Overwatchy. Ooh, gotten. Come on. Ow. But it kind of puts me in the mindset of, what's the Halo one where you're planting the bomb?
Isn't that just Assault?
Griffball?
No.
No. No, what Griffball got derived from in terms of gameplay. I think that's just Assault.
I think so. But yeah, that is what it more feels like to me.
Griffball.
Oh, God damn it. I keep trying to swap weapons before the round
Same.
starts, and it keeps bringing up the damn menu. Ah. Can it be a different button, please? Okay, I can't climb up that. I thought I could.
Or we're still attacking. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I found the team. I got 2 of them off the bat.
That works.
I got 3 of them off the bat. Let's go.
Oh, there was the other one. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
one of
if
them
it-
left.
I think it's less demanding, I think, is than Counter-Strike is, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't feel like I'm going to turn the corner and if somebody has the headshot lined up, I'm dead. Like, I can't fight back.
That's why I'm like, it kind of feels more like Halo in that aspect. But I kind of feel like Overwatch might be the best. But I don't know what game mode it has for it.
I'm trying to think if Overwatch even has a plant the bomb kind of game mode. I
I'd
don't
say
think
it
it
about
does.
has to.
I honestly don't know. That is
y'all
a blind
played-
spot.
Have y'all played Marvel Rivals yet?
I tried it.
They might be going your way.
And is it any good?
I am probably the last person to ask that because I tried it and I was like, this is fine. I don't know, something about it wasn't clicking with me. And bear in mind, that is this is not good. More of this is probably not my kind of game.
Did they plant it at yours?
No, Planet Epi.
Dang it. We must have just beat them by a good bit.
Oh. I know you're in that camp. I'm defusing.
I was covering because I figured if I was up top, they'd focus me first.
Well, I got the guy that was in the corner over there, and I knew one person was on the left.
We clean sweeped.
Like, everyone else I have seen play it and talk about it says it's good. So I would say someone who knows their Overwatch and knows their hero shooters probably will have a better feel of it than I will, because that's also my first time I've ever played a hero shooter.
That's fair.
Like, I can say this, I had a lot of fun playing as Squirrel Girl, and that was who I found the most success with. But Squirrel Girl is not a very complicated character. Because it's like, well, she shoots nuts. She has a buff that can give her a better shot or like refill her stun nut.
You know,
And then her ultimate is just a squirrel wave that pushes people.
Oh.
you know, I feel like I'm fine with this game mode. It just feels like it takes way too long to load.
Yeah.
I honestly could see me playing this kind of deal.
Yeah. I remember who else
It's just one of those, I hope they optimize it a little bit more.
See, I tried Psylocke, was I think the other character I really put any amount of time into. And I kind of like playing as her. I think I tried a couple melee characters just like in the training area. I didn't really do a match with them. I really didn't do like a proper match. I was doing a couple AI matches just to get a feel for the game before I attempted. And by the time I was done with the AI matches, I'm like, I'm just not feeling this.
Fair.
Part of that might have been I was tired, but I think the other part was just like, I'm not a hero shooter person. It doesn't feel, I don't know, as like snappy as what I'm used to for a shooter.
Yeah.
It's like I'm used to like your Halos and your CODs, and those are a lot snappier, a lot. This isn't as snappy. But like that's probably because it's a hero shooter and you have like there's a lot of things with abilities you have to aim and stuff, so you don't want to like just snap to someone, and like you might want to aim it differently.
Yeah. I
also-
definitely get what you're saying.
It's also a third person.
I forgot how to use grenades, by the way.
They are just an item that you just swap to on your bar on the bottom. I do think they do a lot of cool skins and stuff for that, but it's NetEase. This is like their third Marvel game, and they're second in terms of doing skins and stuff. So I feel like they know what they're doing. Outside of, well, that's certainly an Iron Man skin, and well, that's certainly a Spider-Man skin. Like, unfortunately, I'm just like, yeah, those are fairly basic. Hell, the Spider-Man skin almost feels like the PS4 Insomniac skin.
5v3.
Well,
I feel bad for them.
I will let someone else plant. I don't know if I want to plant.
There, I'll plant. Go this way.
I kind of do hope they maybe bring over some of the stuff they were doing for their MOBA they did for Marvel, because some of the skins in there are really good.
Uh-oh. That's interesting. I don't have a controller button mapped for planting.
Oh, that's not good.
Because it said not bound, and I'm like, uh-oh. I had to quick swap over to the keyboard.
Guess that was teammate that tripped the proximity. What?
So fun fact, you can eliminate yourself if you're near the explosion.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. I might have done that. Kind of intentionally. I don't know if I want to plan it again.
I will plan.
It is E if it's not bound for you, by the way.
Okay.
No, we're trying the same thing twice.
Mm-hmm.
You got to plant it in the square over here.
I know.
Okay.
I'll drop in proximity mines.
Oh, team elimination. One of them quit.
Oh, I will also say that the Marvel Rivals of the stuff I have watched, people do not like Jeff, therefore they do not like fun.
Jeff the shark?
Yes, he is tiny baby shark. You want to know why people don't like him?
Well, knowing who Jeff the shark is, I'm guessing he can basically fuck over the whole team somehow.
The enemy team.
We didn't even plan it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So his ult creates a whirlpool that can suck in enemies, regardless of how far up in the air they are of where this whirlpool is located and is moving. And then you pretty much just suck them up and yeet them off the map. And or take them with him.
Yeah, that sounds about
Actually,
right.
you know what? Yum's go plan it.
Oh my god. Please
I'll
tell
back you
me people, please
I've
tell
got
me
a
more
thought.
people sacrifice themselves than what's necessary.
They've been waiting for us over here the last 2 times. Yep, that's what I thought.
Oh, it is just the Deadpool now.
And he waited over here because he figured we were planting over there. That's why I was like, yeah, okay.
I do hope they keep to the mentality they keep saying of just like, if everything's broken, then nothing is broken. Just look, we're just gonna make everything viable. This is what that reads as to me. Like, if we just make everything viable, it'll be fine. We're not gonna like try to like nerf anything too bad. We're just gonna make things that are not as strong stronger, and just make cool characters that do fun things. And if people can have fun, then they can have fun.
Fair. I mean, I imagine Marvel Rivals is not meant to be something that's gonna be kind of fucking,
Hey.
I saw him and I was trying to line up the shot.
I think
You know,
I got
they're
a
not-
shot off at him.
You know, my brain just decided, fuck you, you're not gonna say anything that you're trying to say.
Yeah. I got a shot off at him.
Competitive. It doesn't seem like it's gonna be something they're planning on making competitive, so.
I mean, as long as they pick a lane of just like, well, if this is going to be casual, we're going to keep it casual. If we're going to be competitive, we keep it competitive. As long as they pick a lane and not try to be both, because that's Overwatch 2's problem, then they'll probably be fine. It just, much like any other thing like this, it all depends on that first year of service.
Yeah.
If they survive that first year, ow, got flashbanged.
Yep. Man, another person had the exact same thought of just going after him.
Because
Now here's gonna be the real question. Where do we go?
I don't know. I'm gonna go A.
I'm gonna go B.
Because like most live service games, if they can survive the first year, they'll either die a very slow, painful death, or they live. There's just no in between on that one.
Yeah, Paladins was a really good example of that, unfortunately.
A nice counterpoint would be Marvel's Avengers versus Suicide Squad. Which one of those died a slow death, and which one of those has died a
He's on
quick
B.
death?
He's on B.
Avengers probably the lower one.
Yeah. Like, it stopped content, I think, last year.
Oh,
And
wow. Very slow.
Yeah, I think it took like 2 years for them to be like, all right, we're done with content. And then
Also, we both have had our backs turned twice now.
is that it? Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to signify.
I don't
but
either.
beep beep.
I guess back out. Because it's just gonna keep us in a rotating lobby and not give us an option any other way.
Yeah. And then Suicide Squad, which, reminder, came out this year, has pushed out their last character this month. And their last piece of update content related to that will come out next month. And then the game is basically in maintenance mode. Like, both it and Avengers will still exist. I think Avengers is technically delisted. Suicide Squad is not going to be delisted. But they both will still exist, but they are both functionally not getting content anymore.
How long do you think it'll take before they say, okay, we're shutting down the servers? I will be honest, I don't think we will ever in our lifetime witness another shutdown quite so fast as Concord. I genuinely do not believe in our lifetime that we will see another Concord.
Somebody indeed will be stupid enough to try, and it will happen.
Yes.
You think so?
Yes.
Somebody independent that has a big enough name and big enough credentials attached to them will try something like Concord, and it will fail miserably. because they will have the backing of someone like Tencent or like someone else along those lines, and it will flop miserably, and it will be dead within a month.
I mean, Concord. What was Concord's runtime? It was what?
2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah. Like, I genuinely do not believe we will see another game fall quite so fast.
This is why I say, like, it's got to be someone with credentials big enough, like Warren Spector's Thief game. Like it has to be something like that, where it's like it has to be a big enough name in the industry and have enough money being backed by a big enough publisher to flop, and then it'll be dead in like that almost same exact time, if not a little bit longer.
Fair.
And I don't know, that Thief game might be pretty neat.
I'm just using that as an example because it's like, it's a multiplayer game with, you know, a major like game industry name attached to it to sell it.
I get why you picked it. I'm just like clarifying that it actually seems like it might be interesting.
What game is that?
He's the Deus Ex guy, right? Yeah, he's Deus Ex.
What game are you talking about?
It's the Thief game that was at the Game Awards. The other heist game that was not
The
Den of Wolves.
Thick as Thieves?
Yes, Thick as Thieves. Yeah.
Thick as Thieves, yeah.
That actually looked pretty neat. I'd be willing to give that one a shot.
I would be willing to try both of them. I mean, I'm a sucker for Cyberpunk, so I'm probably gonna play Den of Wolves anyway.
Den of Wolves feels like an attempt to, you know, fix what Payday 3 was.
To be fair, it's the people that are not working on Payday 3. So there's hope. It's cope,
Maybe.
but there's hope.
That feels like you just took a big whiff of copium right there.
Yes. Because Payday 3 is also not doing well, even if they are being like, hey, here's First World Bank, and everyone's like, well, this is fine, but there's still problems on it. Look, I found a Payday YouTube person to follow, so I have an intimate understanding of how are things with Payday 3. The answer, not good.
So that it's not going well then.
No, people are not happy.
What is happening with Payday 3 right now?
What is not happening is probably the easier answer.
The best way I can answer that is, like, do you know what? Shoot. You know all the reasons you like Payday 2?
Remove them.
Yes.
Yeah, like the ghost and being able to like the customization and honestly you could spend money, but there's no real point in spending money because you can get the shit anyway.
Forget that.
Yep.
You're kidding, right? They're not that stupid.
Oh yes.
Yep, the progression was fucked on that game when we tried it at launch. It was terrible.
It's so bad, I would honestly rather play Payday 1 than go back into it.
Yep.
And Payday 2 was a marked improvement for it, so I mean...
It was what... it's essentially, you know how Bungie didn't learn a lot of lessons from Destiny 1 going into Destiny 2?
Oh, no, they weren't going into Destiny 2. They failed to remember those when they started doing DLCs.
Yes. It's that sort of situation where it's like, oh, all those lessons we learned about how to do progression and customization and heist design and how to make those heists feel replayable and fun to play. Yeah, what if we forgot how to do that? And basically built the game from scratch. Like that is the problem with Payday 3.
Don't fix what ain't broke. God damn it.
No, you fix what's not broke.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's how that works.
also, the matchmaking was terrible.
Yes.
Because, like, hey, you know how we could just, like, set up a lobby for ourselves and just pick a heist and go?
Yeah.
What if not that at all? Yeah, what if you had to matchmake into, oh god,
Yeah, I missed that last
matchmake
one.
into the heists?
Even if you're only with another person, you still got to matchmake into it.
Yeah.
That doesn't.
Uh-huh.
There's a reason we tried it for one stream and went, nope. Well, thankfully, we both used Game Pass for it, so we didn't spend money.
They're gonna keep supporting 2 though, right?
I mean, it's still going. I don't think it's getting content. I don't think, but
Why would they give content to something that is now obsolete? I know that is painful to say, but yes, that no.
like, there's some good mechanics in 3, but
They're few and far between.
yeah. Like, there's more. I think the stealth is better in 3 because you have more options to do things unmasked in stealth than you did in 2. But that's about the short and long of, I think, all of the good things they did in 3.
That is annoying, to say the least.
Yep.
I just.
It's still in that first year, so its fate is to be determined. Because they're trying.
No level of trying can fix that, in my opinion.
I think because
People said the same thing about No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk.
No Man's Sky practically reworked the entire game, though.
they legit pulled a 14 to make that work.
They said, oh, this doesn't work, let's just tear it all down and try again.
Fair.
Also, I am in the track, literally.
I am below the track. I am concerned. Game. I'm also floating below the track. Oh, nope, I'm back up.
No, you are inside of me, and I am inside of the person in front of me.
Same. I was kind of a little bit there.
I think the game forgot what to do there. Oh, dear God.
I
I
am
do not
kicked in.
know this track at all. I still slammed on the burrito wall right there.
Yeah, I think it's that one track, just with new obstacles or new Cheeto stuff spread around. But yeah, No Man's Sky basically pulled a 14 and killed itself and rebirthed itself to get back in good graces with people. And to be fair, I own No Man's Sky. I have tried it, and it was fine enough.
Yeah,
It was basically, ooh, this is a Minecraft-like. I would need someone else to play this with to really enjoy it, because otherwise I'm like, this is fine.
I'll play it with you. I needed somebody else to play it with anyway. I would like to start from scratch and play.
I think I'm like 2 hours in, so I'm not even that far. I think I built a house on a planet.
Yeah, I am far enough in that I at least have a general grasp on one of the first languages I've seen.
Ah, crap.
I don't think I even got that far, to be perfectly honest. Granted, I didn't really pay attention to what I was doing. I was just like, I'm just gonna go somewhere and do something, I guess.
Oh my
I don't
god.
know.
Hit every bit of those Dorito walls. Just hit every
Same.
one of them.
And then Cyberpunk, well, I think CD Projekt Red realized it's like, well, we either get this game functioning or some major publisher is going to kill us.
Oh, for the love of
Like Sony or Microsoft will come for our heads. So we gotta get this going.
I genuinely, I do believe that every game has at least a small window of like, if you can prove you can do enough in this window, people are more than willing to give you a second chance, but you have to prove within a certain amount of time that you are willing to do the work, and then your game might be able to survive for that second chance. The only game that I can honestly say completely blew me out of the water in terms of how quickly it collapsed is definitely Concord, because like I said, I'm a firm believer that every game deserves at least somewhat of a second chance. That game got nothing.
I think it depends on what the base of the game is.
Yeah.
Right.
I also
mean,
have to.
quite frankly, if Bungie released Destiny 2 doing the exact same thing that they did at the beginning with Destiny 1, yeah, no. Because that tells everyone that you didn't learn from your mistakes. Granted, they still followed that same thing, but with the expansions.
Yeah.
So it's just a point of, okay, you're still screwed, but you started decent.
They tried, and then they fell back into old habits, and then it's like, oh, good fucking lord. No wonder you're scrambling to figure out what the fuck to do with Destiny 2 after you ended your storyline.
Yeah.
You have ran into the same problem with Marvel, where people are now satisfied. They have gotten a satisfying conclusion and have decided to move on. And you
Can't
realize
let it go.
we need you back. We need you to stay, and we need you to get invested in GAN. And they have burned all of their goodwill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now, okay, I will make exceptions for stuff. Yes, while I feel like No Man's Sky kind of redeemed itself, I feel like if I'd played it at launch, I probably wouldn't even be willing to give it a shot.
Yeah.
But I have given the game a shot since, and yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I need other people, otherwise, no, too freaking boring.
So all three of us own it?
Game Pass.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we should all play. Start from scratch, play it on Steam. That would be dope.
That might be whenever we one complete the Ridercraft stuff, or to get to a point where we need to break kind of deal.
Yeah.
In light of us waiting on stuff being implemented back into kind of deal.
Yeah, because right now we're waiting for Forza to be added back in, because I don't know if you know this, Block. They had it for, was it 1.12? I forget the previous version.
I think it was 1.12.
Yeah, they had the mod for 1.12, and they had everybody up to Saber, I think? Saber?
I think it was Saber.
Yeah. They basically had every show, every form, every fucking thing you could probably imagine, and then some. But then they decided to rebuild it for 1.20.
Well,
And Minecraft.
it's because they moved from Forge to NeoForge, which I'm noticing a lot of mods are doing. I guess Forge is probably not getting supported anymore, if I had to take a guess.
Probably.
And NeoForge is taking its place. which is also odd because this is the first time I've also seen other mod loaders taking pretty heavy footing for some of the Minecraft stuff.
Yeah.
'Cause I was trying to look for a space one and found an entirely different mod loader that they were using for that.
Is it, says, I feel like I know it because I've seen it. It's like something kind of like textile in name.
I think so.
I just can't remember this, but it's 1.21 actually. So they rebuilt the mod for 1.21, and because of that, they've been slowly adding stuff in. Like they're adding in Forza in full, and the next update they're currently working on it. The single person behind it before now has kind of a team to work on it, so they're doing that. They're getting Drive updated because there's just Drive, and then that's it. And like some of his forms and a couple of tire changes, so there's no Mock, there's no Chase, there's no anybody else from that show.
Yeah, I would join y'all on the ladder stuff, but I'm not a fan of Minecraft. I have tried so many times to get into it. I've tried so many times to get into it, and it is just, it's not for me.
Minecraft is good when you've got a mindset of I want to do XYZ.
Yeah.
If you're just trying to go into it blank, then yeah, no.
Maybe that's my problem, because I go into it and I'm like, I don't know what I want to do, but everybody keeps saying play Minecraft, it's so good. And then I start playing Minecraft and I'm like, I am bored out of my fucking mind.
Find a thing to make. Like,
Yep.
I got the itch again. That's probably why we started doing it again, because I got the itch to redo the Writer Craft Museum that I've done like 3 incarnations of. To do it again. And that got the itch going. And I was like, oh, now I'm putting time back into Minecraft. Because I wanted to make this.
And then I decided that I wanted to actually, go through and make a different version. But yes, the same kind of
Yeah,
deal.
we're doing a survival version on stream. I'm doing a creative only version because I want to put everything on display.
And with ours, we're only doing show riders. If they don't appear in the show, then they're not getting counted.
Mm-hmm.
Which
And, like,
narrows it down some, actually.
Maybe
Like, to
that-
give you an idea of how deep the mod goes, they have implemented this.
Oh, this one got the boost.
I'll link the picture in the Discord of one of the deepest of deep cut things that the mod does. I have no joke.
This one don't have the boost panels.
Wait, what?
So this is Card Warriors. This is a toy line and apparently a manga. I didn't know about the manga part. I've just seen the toys of these on like Mandarake and stuff when I've looked for other stuff. Basically, it is little like candy toy figures of different riders, and you have a punch-out card of armor pieces that you can equip to that rider to give them an armor.
Okay.
And this is like 2004 or 5, essentially. I think the latest rider that had that is no, Hibiki. No, Kabuto. Kabuto has the latest one because there's not one for Deno. They put all of these in there, and there's like 20 of them. The mod has all of them represented as things you can get.
Gotcha.
Like basically, I think the main person who does the mod has essentially set the rule of if it's official, if we can find a source for it and it's official, it will go in the mod eventually. Like there is stage show shit, like not even the main like final stage shows that some shows have recently. No, random stage shows. Like that one time there was a female writer in Kabuto from a Kabuto stage show.
Got first?
Yeah, I was behind you.
I was expecting someone to pass me by the end of it there.
I could not. I had no boost and I could not draft on you. Well, I didn't draft on you fast enough to pass you.
Yeah.
Oh, they also keep the form stuff freeform, so like, because looking into the GitHub to look at the documentation, any X8 writer can equip any gas hat armor. Any Gaim writer can equip any of the Lockseed armors that aren't the Jimbo ones. That is how universal the Gaim armors are. So you can have Gaim apple arms or like Baron, I don't know, durian arms basically, and then like Ghost, anyone with a Ghost driver can equip any of the icons that they've got available, even though they don't have the Ishinomori armor, and I'm mad because there is a legit Ishinomori armor. That is an official design.
I did not realize that it was that far with it.
Yeah, because in the GitHub, if you look under their form items, if you look at X8, it will list like his specific ones, like Mighty Brothers, Muteki, Max Mighty, but then there's a little code that says Gamer Driver. If you go to the Gamer Driver one, it's all of the regular gas hats.
Huh.
And that's the same for like the Ghost Driver riders, and then like anyone with a Sengoku driver. Basically like gets that same little designation as well, and that lets them freely equip whatever armor they want, unless it's the Jimba. For some reason they decided to lock out Jimba to just Gaim, Ryugen, Sengetsu, and Bravo in Gaim? Yes. I know Ryugen, Sengetsu, and Bravo are because of the novel, because that novel is insane. That novel might be also why there's a Bunjin Gaim. It's Jimba designation. Otherwise, I don't know why they have that, like, specified like it is. No Rider, who is a parody Kamen Rider but I don't even think is official, like Toei material, but he's parody.
What is the Kamen No Rider?
He is some schmuck with elf ears and the like. He was a parody. It was a parody show of Kamen Rider from like back in the 80s. I don't know if it's like Toei produced or not, but the guy who played Kamen No Rider showed up in Overcourt Circuit. Possibly playing his not version of Hongo. Because like that was the joke. They even have manga Kuga in manga colors. If you so desire your Toshiki Inoue written Kuga.
Wait, manga Kuga?
Yeah, we actually have it official because I have the first volume of it in English. We have a manga, Kuga manga, that's been going since like like several years back now, but it's written by Toshiki Inoue, you know, one of our favorite writers of writer.
Okay, the one that's finest.
What did he write?
Kabuto.
You know, that show that we like.
Yep. Amongst other things that we've also
Dude,
liked.
set
You know all
on
those
fire, but,
you know all those Spring Tyson films that we adore? Actually, I think that's technically Shoji Yonomura, but... And we also wrote, like, the bad episodes of some of the shows we've watched, including that back end of Hibiki that we both despise, and made us quit the show.
Yep. I don't understand how, like, there has to be a reason. Like, what? Is there a common theme that we keep latching on to that none of us like?
For writer?
From him.
I think it's because he likes his drama, and he very much will do as he pleases with that drama. Characters be damned, and toys be damned.
Yeah, that sounds
So,
right.
like, the Hibiki back end, for example, he basically writes in his OC that is played by Zeranos' actor from Dino in the future, because that show came out after Hibiki. This was technically his first role. He is a... God, I forget everything I wrote down in, like, the last TGSR we did. I need to find that.
I mean, it should be easy to find.
I know. I kind of wrote down a very all caps in like 24-point font of a very hard rant, because he pissed me off real good. Okay. Daddy issues projecting, drama inciting, utter garbage filled, worthless husk of a human being.
Yeah.
Those are my exact words to describe Toshiki Inoue's OC he wrote into Hibiki.
Yeah.
Damn.
The reason I went off like that is because in this episode, he is talking to Ibuki, the secondary writer of Hibiki's apprentice, Akira. She has been apprenticing Ibuki for a long time. She's kind of like at the end of her apprenticeship, about to become an Oni and like a full writer, basically. He's questioning her being a writer because she's still going to school and still like having a normal life and stuff, because Ibuki wants her to have basically that normality so that she understands what she's fighting for and like what she's going out into the forest every day and hunting Makamau for. Like, this is what you're fighting for. This is why you do what you do, because you are protecting this. But before this, in an episode, now normally Makamau only show up in like wooded, forested areas, like way outside, out in nature, basically. Like, they're not going to pop up in like populated cities, because that's not how Makamau normally operate. In the episode, they find out that a Makamau is in basically the water reserves underneath the city. Bear in mind, Makamau are giant monsters. And this one is in the water reserves in a major, I don't know if it's a major city, but it's in a city. But they don't know where in the water reserves or what like access point they have to the water reserves they need to get to in order to kill it. So bear in mind, big giant monster is basically underneath a city and could very well kill thousands if they don't get to it now, because it is active now.
Right.
So Ibuki and one of the support people that work at the restaurant that's kind of a front for the organization that takes care of the Makamau, because the Oni are basically a job. It's like a long-standing organization. Like, do you know Garo? Tokusatsu series. I'm trying to think of something. Like a long-standing organization that like just takes care of monsters, and like it's kind of like you kind of pass down a title and such like through generations, because that's how long the conflict is, because there's no fully getting rid of them. There's just, it's a cycle, that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
So Ibuki and one of the sports staff people are essentially running through, like racing through town on Ibuki's bike, hitting all of these different water reserve entry locations to find out if the Makuma's there. The thing is, Ibuki was on his day off when this happened, so his gear is not on him. His gear is actually back home with Akira. And so Akira is running on foot and catching whatever public transportation she can to try to catch up. But every time they mark off a location, they're running to the next location. They're phoning Akira where they're going to next, and she's having to play catch up the whole episode. So she is running delayed after them. And I mean running.
Right.
She is hoofing it, catching buses, trains, whatever.
Any form of transportation she can find that takes her in the right route. Right.
Yep. And she, in her running, just by coincidence, crosses paths with the main villain of the show without knowing it. And I think the main villain like conks her out and could have killed her, but didn't. But she did wake up in time and did make it. And basically, by the time she got Ibuki's stuff, she's basically passed out in the passenger seat of like one of the other support staff that managed to come by, just drinking water, just trying to recover. This is one episode of what she did. Because that is what she does as an apprentice. She supports Ibuki.
Right.
This dipshit in a fucking hat questions her, like, her choice and her right to be a hero, basically. And it's like, oh, you're a girl. How can you be a writer? Is basically what he says. It's a very...
Has there ever been any established reason for a girl to not be when has there ever been established reasoning for a girl to not be a writer?
None. There is none in this franchise.
Oh, okay then. So,
Well, except for at that point, they kind of shied away from that very heavily.
Right.
but I mean, like, established, like, lore-wise, like, where is there legitimate basis as to why a woman could not be a writer?
In this show, no, because it's more just kind of like
anyone watching the stream that was not intended, I am amazed that worked. I just did a barrel roll, quite literally.
For like Hibiki stuff, it's basically, are you willing to go through the very intensive training to like build up your ability to basically become an Oni and therefore become a writer, because technically they're not common writers in that show because nobody goes by the common writer title.
Even though they're definitely common writers.
Yeah.
Then,
It's just,
okay, if there is not established lore, then what basis is his argument?
he's a dipshit and a half and thinks he's better than everybody. So he thinks he's better than her.
And this guy just shows up in the story and suddenly thinks he's better than everybody in the story that's already got fully solidified basis within the story?
Yes, because bear in mind, we are like 28 episodes into the show. We are deep in, we're almost to the 30s. We're like 4 episodes away from the final form when this specific episode happens.
I just have so many questions. Like, listen, I play D&D, okay? I've had bad DMs, I've had DMPCs, I've had some crazy shit happen in games. Even the NPCs are introduced near the beginning of the story and are just persistent bastards that you can't get away from throughout the whole story. To have one show up at the end of the campaign or the end of the story just to be like, hey, you're wrong, I'm better than you, fuck off. What?
Yeah, as another example of this dipshit, I refuse to call him by his name, honestly. He has a name, I don't care. He's a dipshit. I hate him.
He has a name, it's called Doesn't Matter.
In the show, in a previous episode, a girl who is friends with, why am I blanking on his name? Who ends up being kind of Hibiki's apprentice, but not as an Oni, just as
back out, by the way.
An apprentice in life, basically. Her and Akira end up getting have a misunderstanding about each of their relationships with Hibiki's apprentice, because they don't know why he's helping Akira, because Akira misses school days because Oni stuff, so she gets behind in work and stuff. Hiromu, that's his name, Hiromu. Hiromu helps Akira with schoolwork and to catch up because he knows about the Oni stuff and helps out. In an episode not written by Toshiki Inoue, these two characters just run into each other, they talk to each other, they come to an understanding, and then that is the end of the drama. In an Inoue written episode, there has to be what is almost a love triangle between these three characters, except it's not a love triangle, it's a misunderstanding triangle between these three characters for no reason. Because all three of them know what everyone's deal is here. Why are we causing drama?
Mm-hmm.
For no reason. That's the shit that drives me up the walls.
I get it. I wish I...
Also, I'm gonna go out on one and say, do you want to go ahead and swap over?
Yeah, I was gonna let you decide when to swap to talking about Drive.
I am gonna throw the old intermission screen up, because I realized this now that I never set up an intermission screen. That'll have to be the next thing to get going.
But yeah, it's stuff like that like drives me up the wall with Inoue as a writer, because it's like he just wants drama. He just wants characters to just be at each other's throats and cause problems for no good reason other than just cause problems. Nobody wants to talk. Nobody wants to understand each other. They just want to bitch and moan at each other. And also, he just like, if he's coming into a show that other people have written, he'll just ignore everything that writer has done and just do whatever the fuck he wants, because that's just his style. If he's supposed to promote a form or a toy or something, he'll just throw it in there and just be done with it. He doesn't care.
I just don't understand how that's okay. Why are the creators that are making the choice to have these people in the
be the writers of the show, like?
Also, I will be right back.
All right. Like, here's the thing: people like Inoue as a writer. They like the stories he's done. Like, there's people who adore Kabuto, and I get it. People love Dawn Brothers, and Dawn Brothers is 1000% written by Inoue, but it is Inoue to the letter, and I cannot watch that show because it's everything I don't like about him as a writer. So, like, it's not like he's this unpopular writer. No, people like him, but he writes a very specific way and writes a very specific style. And if you vibe with that style, you get it in spades with him. But if you don't, it's like the worst thing in existence.
Gotcha.
It also helps that, like, it's not really a thing because, like, Japan doesn't really do this, but, like, he's technically the son of someone who wrote for the original series. But that didn't really get him in the door to write for Ryder. Just like how his kid didn't get to write for Gotchard just because she's in a way's kid. No, she has a bunch of writing credentials to her own credit that got her the job to write basically the Majade focused episodes of Gotchard, who's our first official female secondary writer, which Toei really fought to try to like downplay that as much as they wanted to. Because they decided just to be like, oh, she is the female secondary writer, but we don't want to do much with her because we really prefer Valve for fraud. So it's one of Gotchard's weaknesses, unfortunately, is that whole situation. But like, I understand why people adore in a way. I just don't.
Oh, you were talking about Gotchard's decision to, treat the tertiary rider as the secondary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like, we have a female secondary writer for the first time in the franchise's history. Let's put a battery limit on her.
Yep.
I wonder how much Toei has limited stuff.
From my understanding, Gotchard's writer fought tooth and nail for Majade to be the secondary to begin with.
Gotcha.
So that should give you an idea. Hell, I believe the two writers before him for Revice wanted basically the main writer of that show to be a female writer, but was denied. But the writing damn sure reflects who he cared about at the end of the day of that show, of the three writers of that show, because it wasn't the main, it wasn't the secondary. It damn sure was the tertiary who was the female writer. Like, Toei will put their limitation on there. Granted, Bandai also will do their dumb things and stuff as well. They're not above that.
Right.
Gundam Witch from Mercury is a perfect example of this. Because, there's a lesbian couple in that show, and they get married at the end of the show. And it's very clear in the TV episodes that they got married because they got rings and shit. And one of the characters is referred to an in-law, referred to as their in-law. But Bandai's like, their relationship is ambiguous at the end of the show. And I'm like, bitch, they got rings. Fuck you. Shut up. Interpret these nuts.
How do you say that there's only one ceremony that rings are exchanged? Like, what's the fucking interpretation?
Like I said, they can interpret these nuts. They got married. The entire show is about their fucking relationship and how they love each other. That's the entire point of the show. What do you mean that their relationship is ambiguous by the end? Bitch, they got rings. Like, yeah, you did the wedding off screen. I understand. But also, they're married. You can't walk away from that.
That's wild.
Yep.
But ready to transition?
Yes.
I'm not actually taking it down. We're just going to run this all as one.
All right.
That's not a transition.
I might cut it in half for highlight purposes, just so it'd be easier for people to find on YouTube when we get around to uploading everything.
Well, I mean, true, but at the same time, I was kind of treating it as all the same, stream-wise.
Okay.
So we could just put like a card on YouTube, skip to X timecode kind of deal.
Well, yeah. Okay, that'll work.
Because, I mean, technically, it's all the same day kind of deal. But yeah, so I've got it in Discord where you can see, and I'll transition.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Comes to you live from our comfy couch here on the outskirts of the internet's the Gaming Saloon Reviews for December 14th, 2024, with your host, Peacemaker2448, Rampant Epsilon, and Zombie Boy.
I don't know what year you tried to say there, but
I don't know either. I lost it for a minute. Just like, bet. Brain went, brr.
it almost sounded like you tried to say 2014, and I'm like, what?
Just so everyone that is watching is aware, I am not going to be much help in this.
Haven't you seen Drive?
Nope. I've watched.
Oh.
I think I've watched the first 2 episodes. And
Weird.
I was interested, but it was nothing that I was like. I don't know. I was not as interested as, say, we all were in Double. It was kind of this is a weird concept. Anyway,
it's weird because it's the same writer, actually.
And oddly enough, I feel like most of the problems that I had originally watching Drive was due to the fact of coming off of the hype train that was Gaim. I mean, when you have a show that strong, the next one does take a little bit of time to pick up steam.
Yeah, but didn't the ass end of Gaim end up like burning you out pretty bad? Because you seemed pretty upset that it did not end up the way that y'all were hoping.
The only part I remember not liking was what they did with Marika. And that was just the circumstances of it, not the end result.
Yeah.
Because I think, if I remember correctly, y'all were thinking it was going to go way darker than it went.
I mean, how much darker can you go besides the fact that, you know, by the end of the show, most of your riders are either dead or their belts destroyed.
Fair.
There's like one person with a belt left. Technically, there's 2 because there was a second belt left, but still. We basically had to make a whole bunch of new belts for people to like be able to do stuff in full throttle. But yeah, no, the Marika situation, I think, is the only thing I ended up being ultimately like disappointed on, just because Marika goes out kind of shitty for the character that was kind of a badass the whole show. Cool. I wonder why she went out that way. It couldn't do anything with the fact that she's a female writer at all.
Boy, there seems to be a pretty bad track record for female writers.
Uh-huh.
It's gotten better.
Oh, it has gotten better. Except for the fact that we are currently talking about a show that should have had a female writer in it.
That reminded me of the reason that this thing is probably not getting bumped up in my tier list.
Like, that is the downside with Drive, truthfully. Which is funny because, you know, I almost wondered if I was going to feel the same way with looking back at Gotchard afterwards, because Geats was such a strong show too. Honestly, no. I feel like Gotchard did kind of fall flat. I feel like it had potential and just didn't live to it.
Yeah. But on like female writers being better, like in Revice, Jean and Aguilera are like the 2 best characters of that show by like miles. I cannot overstate how much they are better characters than everybody else in that goddamn show.
But they
And
also
like
get
that show.
sidelined.
Yes.
That's the bad thing, though.
But they gave us basically an all-female writer special that was really good.
So what? Okay. real quick, so Drive is the one where the alien cars come down to Earth, right?
They're not
like-
alien cars, but yes, there are little car guys in this.
I could have swore they were aliens.
No.
No,
Didn't they
they're
start
ro-
raining from the sky in the first episode?
It's raining in the first episode, but they're not raining from the sky.
Okay, my brain is mixing images then.
Yeah, it's raining in the first episode because it's raining when the global freeze incident I guess this is a good time to do a quick, like, where are we at currently in Drive since Glock is here?
Yeah.
Since
I'm
we
sorry,
are at,
guys.
well, it's fine. It's like our last TGSR for the year, basically.
And
Because
it's truthfully our last TGSR for Drive before getting to the final form.
Yeah, like
What I
literally
might
the
do
next.
what I might do is before the next TGSR, I might just watch through Drive and catch up.
You'd be going
go
to.
for it.
So Drive, we start with the global freeze incident, which is the day basically the world went on pause as the Roid Mutes attacked. They are cybernetic life forms that have the ability to cause a slowdown effect that at worst freezes time, but in the best case scenario, it like slows you down considerably, like to the point that physics wouldn't affect you. Like if you're falling from a high height and you're affected by slowdown, when you hit the ground, you won't feel the force of, falling from a high height. Because we have an example of that in the show.
That's kind of cool. I mean, that's not how physics works, but that's kind of cool.
Yeah. So the global freeze incident happened. The Roid Mutes, went on attack because they say fuck humanity. But there was a Kamen Rider to try to protect humanity that day. It was Drive, in the form of Proto Drive, who is a black and purple colored rider instead of our normal red and black colored Drive that we have in the show.
That'll
they
be
were
important later.
Yes, they were assisted by the shift cars. They managed to turn the tide, fight back the Roid Mutes, but unfortunately, Proto Drive disappeared afterwards. The belt he had that contains the consciousness of one of the creators of the Roid Mutes, Krim Steinbelt, lived on. Tamari Shinosuke, our main character and our main writer, was pursuing a suspect that night with his partner, but when the slowdown happened, he was firing a shot to try to protect his partner. Unfortunately, the slowdown threw his shot off. It hit a gas tank and exploded and threw his partner off this upper walkway and caused a bunch of debris to fall on him, and it's left his partner injured and basically in the hospital for I think it's 6 months until the start of the show. 1 second.
I think.
Let me check the time gap from the prologue of the show to when we properly start. Yeah, 6 months. Also, the Proto Drive that we meet also saves Kiriko, who is our female lead of the series, that night because she was getting attacked by a Roid Mute and getting turned into strands of colored string. But Proto Drive saved her. Which is why she ends up working with Krim in the belt. And they end up recruiting Tamari in the first episode. He becomes Drive because Kiriko cannot become Drive because...
Plot reasons.
Reasons that never get explained.
Yep.
Love that.
Yep. First instance of screwing her out of the belt.
Yep.
I just don't see why they're trying so hard to prevent. I don't know. I don't get it.
We don't either. Thus the frustration.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Tamari gets paired up with the driver and the Trideron, which is the car, because in this show, the Kamen Rider does not have a bike, he has a car. Because...
Reasons.
Just to be different. It's an old Nissan NSX that they've heavily modified.
Neat.
But now Tamari is working with Krim and Kiriko, and eventually the other members of this special criminal investigation team that looks into Roidmude-based activity that is based out of the DMV, because they're considered no, because they are considered like just like the I can't think of the word. They're misfits. They're the people we put off to the side to invest the crazy people. Like, this is, if you get put on the team, you're getting a demotion, basically. But in reality, they're the only ones that can really handle Roidmude cases. Also, there's 108 Roidmudes, I believe. And so all the Roidmudes are numbered. So every Roidmude in the series has a number associated with them. And so you kind of like tick off the list of Roidmudes. So that's kind of like the first few episodes or so. We eventually get introduced to the main villains of the series: Heart, Brain, and eventually Medic. Heart is the main leader of the Roidmudes, and he just wants the Roidmudes to prosper and stuff because he likes the Roidmudes and doesn't like humanity. Brain is the tech person, kind of the smarter person. He really likes Heart but doesn't like Medic because there's kind of a love triangle between the three of them, that Heart's like, why can't the two of you just get along? And then Brain and Medic are like, no, we like you but we don't like each other.
Love it.
But the three of them, you know, have Roidmudes going out, and some of the Roidmudes are hooking up with people to evolve themselves through interacting with them and gaining in different emotions and stuff and different like traits. And that allows them to go from these basic forms to more evolved forms. And as we are currently in the series, the Roidmudes are putting themselves into their viral cores that are now red and fusing with humans to create these like more powerful monster forms. But the Roidmudes are after this promised number, and as we'll find out in these episodes, through a process of ultimate evolution, which is basically going gold. They want to go gold.
They want to go Super Saiyan.
Yep. But as we're investigating the Roidmudes and stuff, eventually a second Kamen Rider appears, a white Kamen Rider that is more is essentially Evil Knievel themed in terms of colors. It is Go, who is Kiriko's sister, who was in America and working with Harley Hendrickson to develop the Mock Driver, which is apparently a successor to the Drive Driver. So eventually he kind of like joins up with the team after having some like back and forth with Tamari and kind of antagonizing him because he sees that Tamari and Kiriko have a thing and he constantly teases the two of them about it. And the two of them kind of don't quite acknowledge that just yet because they're partners and it's just a work relationship. It's not deeper than that, honest.
Right.
But during this whole time, they are also antagonized by another Roidmude known as Machine Chaser, who can transform into this kind of like cobbled together, like almost Rider-esque form that is black and purple, and you can probably see where this twist is going. We eventually find out that this person is in fact Protodrive and is in fact Roidmude 000 that Krim was working with to stop the Roidmudes before the Global Freeze incident and during it. But in a fight with Heart, Krim thought Chase got destroyed. Instead, he got taken in by the Roidmudes and reprogrammed and turned into their Grim Reaper, who takes out Roidmudes and resets them when they decide to fuck up and be stupid. It's
Which
like,
is
you
very
did bad, go...
frequently.
Yep, you did bad. You go to the back of the line. Someone else gets to try interacting with humans and becoming a promised number now. Eventually, the team is able to like remind him of who he was and free him. Unfortunately, we almost had to kill him with like the most powerful form Tamari has at this moment type formula. But Kiriko in secret managed to like help him recover, and he eventually like decided to join the team, and now he is Kamen Rider Chaser. who's like a silver and purple theme, like colored writer.
Okay.
Which kind of gets us to like almost where we're at the moment. So right now, we're dealing with the fact that we have found out, we as an audience, mind you, that Tamari's dad died at a bank robbery like 12 years ago. But apparently, there's some mysterious circumstances behind that death, and these 4 episodes will get into what all that entails, and we'll find out that there's some deeper connections. Is there anything else?
I don't really think anything. I think that pretty much covers it right there.
Yeah. That catches us up to where we're currently at episode 29. Which it may not sound like a lot, but this is a very kind of like like a case every 2 weeks kind of show. But there is stuff within those cases that kind of is developing the story and pushing it forward. So in a broad recap, it feels like I've skipped over a lot, but if you're watching week to week, there's a lot more going on. We'll also note, Kiriko has her own fancy special rider kick boots and some fancy ammo, and she's used them all of twice. Again, why not give her a belt? There's another reason why she should have a belt over someone else in this show. But we won't get into these 4 episodes. I forget the episode we'll get into it with, but when we get there, I feel like I might go off.
You probably will.
Because a joke character gets a joke belt for no good reason. And I'm like, why does Kiriko not get that belt? Why?
But then it wouldn't be a joke.
Anywho, we are covering 29 through 32. I guess any thoughts to go into these?
No.
Just waiting to see if Glock had any questions about the recap or any like wonderings about the series.
Not at the moment. I mean, I will most likely definitely have questions when I go to watch through it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll question then. For now,
Yeah.
I'm just kind of along for the ride.
I laugh because that's one of Tamari's catchphrases.
Wait, really?
Yes.
That's very funny.
All right, we will kick off our recap then with episode 29. What really happened in the robbery? So as we kick off, Go has kind of broken off from the team because he wants to destroy all the roid mutes because... Oh, I forgot that's part of the recap. We find out that Go and Crim's father, Bono, was the other half of the people that created the roid mutes. And Kiriko doesn't know that, but Go does, and Go wants to wipe out the roid mutes before Kiriko finds that out because he doesn't want her just to find out, basically. There's no more elaborate reason given, it feels like. I don't remember there ever being more elaborate reason, to be honest. But yeah, he's kind of broken off since Chase joined the team because Chase is a roid mute, and even though he's the good one of the 2 that we have met, he's like, so he's kind of broken off, and he's confronted by Brain, who's like, hey, come work with 001 and me, who 001 is the pretty much higher up than Hart in terms of like roid mutes and kind of has been in the shadows this whole time. Mock's like, fuck that, transforms and starts to fight him, but then Brain shows him a tablet of something that we'll get to in future episode, but not now. Later, we check in with the team as they get a case of these murders happening at bank robberies. And they're trying to figure out what the hell is going on with them, especially because the person that is robbing these banks is hooked up with a roid mute that lets him unlock stuff with a skeleton key. And by unlock stuff, I mean basically unlock anything or lock things. it's very broad what this droid mute can do for comedic purposes. Anyway, Tamari manages to interrupt the robbery, tries to fight the droid mute and apprehend him, but a balloon pop causes a girl that's in the crowd around the fight to pass out, and Tamari catches her, and the droid mute gets away. As the team finds out about the case and stuff, they eventually find out the identity of the person involved in these robberies and hooked up with the droid mute. And it turns out this guy is the person that killed Tamari's dad 12 years ago in that bank robbery. That his dad was a bystander act. He was not on the job because Tamari's dad is also a cop. He was just on a day off at the bank. He protected a small girl there, and died taking a bullet to the shoulder. At least that is what we understand the story to be. And Tamari is very upset about this because this is the guy who killed his dad, and he is out for blood by any means necessary. So him and the team end up doing menial work for the higher up police force to stay involved in the case. Tamari also has a chance encounter with 001's human form because 001 is currently disguised as the Secretary of Defense and has been shown the ability to manipulate memories with his ice powers because that's how ice works.
Apparently.
He claims that he can...
What?
Yeah, don't question it.
Okay.
He explains his powers as the ability to freeze memories and shatter them. So it basically gives him like mind control, kind of.
Okay.
Yep.
Anyway, the team eventually figures out that the people that have died at the bank robberies are people who were at that bank robbery that Tamari dad died at 12 years ago. So there's a connection there. They eventually find his next target. Tamari tries to go talk to that person, tries to like figure out, okay, what happened 12 years ago? What's the deal? What's your connection to these three people? And he can't remember. Like, he doesn't know, to the point that like he can't physically remember that day. It's like every time he tries to remember, it's like static. We also find out that the girl who passed out in the crowd was also there 12 years ago and is in fact the girl Tamari's father saved. But she is basically traumatized from that day, so she's not talking. And even like throws out Tamari after he like tries to like talk to her and tries to find out what's going on.
Well, more when he kind of tries to demand it, but yeah.
Meanwhile, Kiriko gets past the proto speed shift car that Chase gave her to get fixed so Chase can get his memories back. Rena, the scientist that works for the team, has fixed it, but she's not sure if all the data is like good still. So maybe Chase will get his memories back. Maybe he won't. Maybe there's not much there.
Maybe it'll be painful when he gets anything back.
Yeah, but Kiriko's like, well, it's something at least, and is going to go give that back to him. Anyway, the droid mute attacks the guy that Tamari was interviewing earlier. Tamari is nearby when the attack happens. So he tries to interfere in the fight, but he's more focused on taking out the droid mute because fuck the guy who killed my dad. Chase shows up. Or I think, does Ghost? Yeah, Ghost shows up first and attacks Tamari. And then Chase shows up and tries to break up the fight. And now it's kind of a 2v2 situation. Kind of. It basically turns into a giant scramble as Chase realizes, okay, Tamari's not doing his job. Go's doing whatever the fuck Go's doing right now. We're not helping anybody. And basically talks Tamari down into like evacuating the guy in Kiriko, who arrives on scene to see Go's attacking Tamari and Chase. And they retreat. And that kind of ends the episode. Takes us to episode 30. Who reveals the real criminal? We pick up with the team. Tamari thanks Chase for like talking him down and talking some sense into him. That's not gonna last long, by the way, folks. Tamari does impart to Chase is like, yeah, family's important and stuff. Like, sometimes shit like this happens. So Chase decides to make a dumb decision later.
Yeah. I mean, look, Chase is a learning AI.
Yep.
And he proves it countless times.
Yep.
Through all of this.
But since they got the guy here, Chase ends up noting that he has a little snowflake scar behind his ear and goes, by the way, if you have that scar, that means 001 has mucked through your memories. And he has like, you know, mind control powers and all that. And everyone seems like, why didn't you tell us sooner? And Chase dead set replies, no one asked. And I love that everyone's like,
and keep that in mind, he does that the second time too.
yeah. Everyone's just like, just a silent realization of like, I mean, he kind of has a point. Like, no one has bothered to ask him about like details of how the roid mutes operate or any of the specific roid mutes or all that, since, you know, he's been operating as the Reaper for 6+ months.
And I would
remembers
assume
that
probably has some of that knowledge initially anyhow.
Yeah. No one's like, hey, Chase, can you just like give us the 101 of what is the roid mute hierarchy? What is everyone's powers? Who are the big important ones? No, just not gonna ask him, even though he's been in this office several times. I think people are scared of him. That's why they're scared to ask him. Like, Tamari doesn't think about it. Kiriko doesn't want to because, you know, she kind of like respects him enough to be like, I don't want to like hit a sore spot with him because she thinks he can have those. Go hates him, and then everyone else is scared of him.
Sounds about right.
But we also find out that the girl does not have the scar, so she should have clear memories of that day, and they need to find her and protect her because she is probably on the Roid Mute's hit list. Because, surprise, the Roid Mute does have a hit list. Kiriko this time is the one being aggressive about asking questions and stuff, and Tamari has to be the one to talk her down because she thinks that Go's being like whammied.
Which he is.
Yes, because Chase will confront Go later in a fight and beat him in the fight, and then look, he's got the snowflake scar, and then he proceeds later in this episode to lie to Kiriko and tell her, no, he's not whammied. Because he thinks that would be the better of two options for Kiriko to hear.
Apparently.
I feel like it's the worst of the two options.
Yeah.
Like, Go is doing this of his own free will instead of, oh, Go got whammied by the bad guy that we know mucks with memories. Oh, he's probably not seeing straight. Like, oh, I don't know how he was before he left when he got whammied by a Roid Mute then. Because before Go left, he got whammied by a Roid Mute for a whole 2 episodes and was very much on like, no, I'm doing things my own way and attacking everybody. Anyway, the Roid Mute decides to attack the girl's room. Tamari steps in, fights him off. Tries to get her out. Chase also shows up to help. Chase gets tied up for a bit, so Tamari has to be the one to beat. to beat the Roid Mute. He does protect her in the same way her dad protected, or his dad protected her. That kind of helps her kind of remember and kind of help out later. But eventually, Chase gets free. Tamari and Chase kill the Roid Mute and arrest the person. And then the girl eventually reveals that, yeah, she remembers what happens at the bank. In fact, that she felt slowdown at the bank. And the person who initiated the slowdown was 001, who was present at the bank robbery before Mari's dad passed away. And in fact, Mari's dad also has the scar. I think it's revealed at some point in this episode, I think. Unless it's next episode.
It might be this one.
Okay.
I don't honestly remember. I kind of binged them, so...
Same. But also at this point, Chase gets the proto speed shift car. He puts it in his little gun from his chaser or machine chaser days that he still uses as a sidearm. To kind of like download his memories, and unfortunately they are quite painful because they're of the time the Roid Mutes had him kidnapped and in an operating room, and Art Brain in 001, which I believe he will go by Freeze at some point, because I believe that's his official name.
It is, but it doesn't really get said until him and Tamari fight.
Yeah. But the three of them go to operate in their Roid Mute forms before they all three transform into their human forms, revealing to Tamari and Kiriko that 001, aka Freeze, is the Secretary of Defense. Oh no, corruption at the highest of levels. Whatever shall we do?
I feel like Secretary of Defense is not the highest.
I'm sure it's not, but in terms of the police force we're dealing with, that's kind of the highest we have to deal with here.
Fair enough.
But that's halfway through. How are we feeling halfway through?
I am realizing how quick we just say, okay, yeah, we're going all the way with the Freeze stuff. Because for some reason I thought it lasted longer than that.
No, because I believe Trideron will debut. Yeah, he is dead in the first episode of the next batch.
Yeah.
He dies for the Trideron debut.
That's why I was like, I thought it was longer than that, but apparently, obviously not.
Remember when there was a time in Rider where we had villains who would show up, be cool and awesome, and show off how powerful they are just for a handful of episodes, and be killed for important reasons and stay dead for the rest of the show so other villains can take their place? Other more important villains can take their place?
So you mean anything before X8 and Build?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if this was a newer show, Freeze would still be around, after Trideron debut and have some new other form and still be kicking long after, you know, we've dealt with you, we've killed you, you're dead, goodbye. Tamari got the catharsis of dealing with you, because that's kind of like what we're dealing with his character for right now. Clock, do you have anything?
I'm sorry. There's a lot going on, and I feel like I am not in a place where I can really talk about this show. Okay, is Freeze 001 the bad guy?
Yes. He's basically like main bad guy Roid Mute right now.
But isn't 001 also Proto?
No. Chase is Proto Drive.
And he
Okay.
is 000.
That
Yeah.
000. Oh, okay, that's where I was getting confused. Okay, I was like, but wait, I thought that was the name of the main.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Chase is 000. but that only really matters in like the prequel like episode special, really. Otherwise, he's just Chase. Some form of Chase, depending on the form he is currently in. Because if he's in his human form, it's Chase. If he's in his like I'm working with the Roid Muse form, it's Machine Chaser. If he's in his Rider form, it is Kamen Rider Chaser.
Okay.
He just gets an ER at the end of his name for his transform states, because otherwise he's just Chase. The man with very tight pants, and people love his very tight pants because it shows off his ass.
And we all know how the internet is about that.
Yes. Internet be thirsty and will take whatever they can get. But anything else before we hit the second half?
No.
All right, then. To episode 31. Why did the important memories disappear? So Hart, who's been kind of in the background these few episodes, kind of is being updated on stuff, gets informed by Medic on the current events, and is like, well, that's interesting. Especially about like Go being on Brain in Frieza's side. So that's happening. Back with the team. Tamari thanks Chase for helping him out. Wait, did I accidentally copy? Oops, I accidentally copied a different review. One second. I have to pull up my actual review for 31 because the recaps I have for the episodes and stuff are from when I was doing weekly reviews for Rider way back in the day. Like I did them for Gaim, Drive, and like sometime into Ghost before I fell off. I was doing these for our website back then. This lets me not have to write up a recap of all 4 episodes whenever we do THSR. Less work for me. Anyway, properly starting off episode 31, Tamari decides to confront Brain about, Frieza's actual identity, and Brain's like, oh, that's cool. You're going to die now. Because Tamari does not have Krim with him. He is driverless because Krim thinks this is a stupid idea to go confront Brain about this and go, fighting Freeze and as the Secretary of Defense and confronting him directly. But Tamari is not going to hear any of it. So see them be in conflict for these 2 episodes over this entire situation. But before Brain can kill Tamari, Krim shows up. The 2 of them transform to kind of like fight Brain for a bit before they back off. Back in the station, Krim and Tamari have it out at each other over the situation. Krim wants to play things carefully because, for all intents and purposes, he's scared. He is scared of losing Tamari because he has already lost someone that he was partnered with in the form of Chase. And almost got killed himself that night, specifically by Freeze. So he's afraid of it happening again with Tamari. And honestly, he doesn't think Tamari's going to get a second chance at life like Chase has at this point. Which I guess he's technically on his 3rd chance at life.
Yeah.
But anywho, a kid kind of like comes in to kind of like interrupt the case or interrupt the talks. Basically, his father has disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and eventually the team figures out Freeze did this. They don't know why. They believe there's a reason for it. Medic and Hurt talk to Freeze about this, being like, you got sloppy on your kidnapping this time. What the fuck? And Freeze is like, it's all a part of the plan. or I will gain my ultimate evolution soon enough and be one of the promised numbers.
Arthur, I have a plan.
That's basically what the scene is Heart and Medic being like, is this a plan? Are you sure? And Freeze is like, yep, all part of the plan. Trust me. I didn't fuck up. Honest. To be fair, he's telling the truth. But later on, Kiriko talks to Krim alone, and Krim basically says that, you know, he's scared of losing Tamari because he keeps remembering the night that Chase got killed. But team eventually find and try to track down this guy's father. Unfortunately, they soon find out that the kid's been whammy too, and he doesn't remember his father at all and believes he left like years ago, which kind of starts pushing Tamari even further over the edge than he already is. Eventually, I believe, he gets an email from a guy called Mr. X that leads him to some medical records that apparently, I think it's like 2 years ago or so, a virus was possibly going to affect the population, and it had like 100% mortality rate, and so they were testing a bunch of people for this virus, and as it turns out, a lot of people on that list are currently missing.
Who could have ever guessed that?
Including the father of the kid that is on, that they're currently working with. So Tamari's like, that seems strange. Oh, who was in charge of this checking for this whole virus situation? Ah, the Secretary of Defense. I wonder what this is all about. So eventually Tamari figures all this out. He takes it to the head of the 1st Division, being like, hey, I don't need to talk to the Secretary of Defense. I think he's a roid mute. Here is evidence that like clearly is suspicious activity, and we need to investigate it. And the 1st Division guy, it's like, nah, fuck you. That's bullshit. Tamari's like, well, fine. And then just leaves. And 1st Division guy's like, calls Secretary of Defense about it. It's like, hey, you might want to brace yourself for an investigation. So Tamari goes and decides to confront the Secretary of Defense in person at a government building.
Because that never ends badly or anything.
Yep, because he just walks up to him in the middle of a public lobby and goes, you're a roid mute. I know you're a roid mute. I know you're responsible for this whole situation 2 years ago. You have something to do with my father, goddammit. Answer me. And Freeze, of course, laughs him off. And then Tamari's like, I'll prove it. And then throws the 3-shift cars on his waist at him. Literally just yeets them at him. Well, technically he yeets one and the other two follow, but still, he yeets them at him. And Freeze is like, all right, fine. And then transforms, but then freezes like the surrounding area with a slowdown and tries to stick the 2 roid mutes that are like his bodyguards on him, but Chase takes them away so Tamari and Freeze can have a conversation. I think Go shows up to kind of like help the 2 roid mutes as well. But eventually the Freeze reveals that like his dad found out he was a roid mute. He tried to whammy him, but it didn't work. So basically all the people that he has kidnapped, and as we'll find out later, he's had on ice and is experimenting on to figure out why his mind whammy powers don't work on. So he's been slowly taking care of them, and basically his dad dying at that 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 bank robbery is his doing. He's the one that killed Tamari's dad, not the bank robber, because the bank robber also had the scar underneath his ear, which is kind of what kicked off this whole investigation. But then Freeze is like, well, I told you all this. Now I'm gonna mind wave you and say, fuck you, bye. So he tries that, and it doesn't take. So just like his dad, he is immune to Freeze's mind whammy powers. And so with Kiriko tagging along, who showed up at this point, it's just like, no, get back here and fight me. So Krim then shows up and is just like, Tamari, we should probably not fight him. And Krim's like, or Tamari's like, no, I'm fighting him. And Krim's like, all right, fine. And so the two of them fight Freeze. I think Chase takes care of the two heroic muse that are fighting him, is stuck fighting Go the entire fight. But Tamari just basically tries to go Formula and gets frozen and knocked out of his form, and Freeze just walks away like, fight you another day. I'm busy. Which takes us to episode 32. What is waiting at the end of evolution? So once more, Tamari and Krim are arguing because, well, Tamari lost the Freeze, probably can't beat him. But Tamari's like, no, I have to take him down. Like, he's still connected with all these missing people. We still need to find this kid's dad. The chief ends up giving Krim a pep talk to kind of like turn him around. We also find out that the memory thing is connected to certain keywords, which, as we soon find out, because Rina, through extracting the thing lodged in Tamari very painfully, develops an antidote for the mind whammy powers and uses it on Oda, one of our support staff members, who has been mispronouncing Roidmute the entire season. He's been saying like hemorrhoid, steroid, whatever else roid. He's basically said everything but Roidmute. And so he ends up being the test case for this cure. And as it turns out, he's been whammied this whole time because now he can properly say Roidmute. This running gag has been foreshadowing for this plot point this entire fucking time.
Yep.
I hate the show, but I also love it. I hate that we made this running gag legit foreshadowing for a plot point.
Uh-huh.
With the comedy relief character in this show. You could have just had him not be able to pronounce the name because he just can't pronounce the name. But no, it's a plot point. They don't even confirm that he has a scar on him. They just spray him with the stuff to try to...
You know, I never thought about that.
Yeah?
They never did confirm that.
No one ever thought for a second, like, wait. And like, no one thought to check each other to see if the scar's there.
Huh.
I love that everyone just assumed it's like, wait, if it's keyword based, turns to Oda. That's why you can't say it. I guess we're lucky that everyone was right.
Yeah.
Anyway, while they're doing the whole process with Tamari to extract the needle, Chase decides to go talk to Hart and be like, you tell me about this ultimate evolution and this promised numbered stuff. And Hart's like, I'll do it, but only if you beat me. Because as we soon find out, this ultimate evolution is tied to the emotion they end up gaining, depending on which Roidmute. So Hart, he's all about battle and stuff and fighting and like the thrill of the fight. So his evolution is tied to that, and Freeze is tied to humiliation, being humiliated from, having all this power and stuff, and, people still not able to be affected by it. But eventually the first division guy that, at this point, Freeze is basically fired because I don't need you anymore, fuck off. he has turned to the good guys, and this is like, I will point you to where there's a lot of power being used off the books. And it turns out it's this warehouse where all these people have been kept frozen that have been unaffected by Frieza's powers. The kid Tamari goes to with the antidote and it's like, hey, spray this on yourself and so you'll actually remember your dad. And he's like, that's bullshit, that's crazy. And Tamari's like, look, you two shared this snack. I will get your dad back so you can share the snack properly. And he'll show up later with Chase because Krim decides to not go on this raid. Talks to Chase. The two like reconnect a bit. And so he's like, Chase, take me to the fight, even though I can get there on my own. But before they do the raid, I will note that the chief, who's big into fortune telling and stuff, gets a very ominous fortune on his phone. In fact, it's the same one he got the day Tamari's dad died. So he's like, look out for your kid, please, wherever you are, because I've got a bad feeling about this. Anyway, at the warehouse, Krim shows up, so Tamari and Chase fight. Brain, Go, and Freeze. Tamari's fighting Freeze. Chase is basically fighting Go and not Brain. Tamari goes through his stuff, eventually lands on Formula, and in fact, manages to fight back Freeze pretty hard and blows up his Roiden form, leaving him in just his numbered form. And like everyone's like surprised and shocked. It's like, oh shit, we took out Freeze.
Not really.
Except this was part of the plan. Because Freeze figured he needed to suffer the ultimate humiliation, and that was to basically die. Kind of. So in his death, he has been reborn in a new golden form. So he has achieved this ultimate evolution. And thanks to Tamari and Krim, shoots them in the gut and kills them both outright. Oda and Kiriko, who are nearby, check on Tamari and confirm Tamari's dead. And we end the episode with the text on the screen denoting Tamari Shinosuke killed in action. And the next episode preview, instead of being narrated by Krim, or introed by Krim, it's actually introed by Kiriko. And the ending screen that usually has shift cars on it that were used in the episode has none. It ends on a quiet black Drive logo.
Because yes, our main rider actually died.
Yeah, Tamari is dead. He is dead. And not only is Tamari dead, Krim is dead as well. So how do we feel on the back end of the like I said, the next episode of our batch will be the Trideron debut, or Type Trideron debut.
I remember that was actually one of those moments where you kind of expected that to happen, because I think at that point we kind of were starting in that rider can't be rider concept for various reasons. I think though, if I'm remembering right, didn't this one really kind of was the one that kick-started the whole our main rider dies at some point?
No, because Koza dies in Geats. Or not Geats. Why did I say Geats? Koza dies in Gaim.
Okay. I knew it was one of the two that did it.
Yeah, Koza dies in Gaim, and I think that started the trend of writers dying, and then the show after this with Ghost decided to take it that step further and be like, how many times can we get away with the main writer dying?
I mean, we did spend the entire first part of the show with him technically dead.
Well, yeah, we have to deliver on the premise of a common writer being a ghost. But we also did need to kill him an additional, like, what, 5 more times? In various episodes and or movies?
Sure we did. Sure, we totally needed to kill him that many times. That drove all the stakes higher. Right.
Look, I have read a thing that really hammered home the point of, you know, Ghost should be traumatized from the fact of how many times he's died.
Could be, but isn't.
Yeah. It's like you die once and come back, you're probably okay with it. But if you do it like 6 times, like that's gotta fuck with you, doesn't it?
Maybe.
But yeah, I was just like, oh yeah, we're getting close to the Try-to-Run stuff. We're getting close to the Try-to-Run stuff. Oh right, oh right. We end with Tamari and Prim dead, and then the next episode he's back, and then Freeze kicks the bucket, and then we basically move on from here. Granted, I saw a conversation in Discord about like this arc. I think this the Try-to-Run debut episode popped up on like Toei's YouTube channel, like they do for Kamen Rider episodes. Region lock, mind you, so we can't watch it, and they're not English subbed anyway. But someone pointed out that like it's kind of the end of Tamari's character stuff. But I'm also like, yeah. But also, this is kind of also the start of his character stuff outside of just him getting his motivation back.
Yeah.
It's like this is the most personal it will ever get in the show, besides, you know, his job as a cop and a writer and not wanting people to die. Like this entire arc is his arc. This is his moment, and oh look, it leads to the final form. Go figure. It's almost like we're making him acquiring Type Tridor like a point. Both narratively and the fact that you know it's the new fancy toy we gotta, you know, sell. But I guess, Glock, do you have anything besides utter confusion about everything that has happened? Glock, you there?
Doesn't know.
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry.
Do you have anything for the back end of these episodes?
Not really. Although, I mean, damn. Main guy dead. That's wild.
Dead from like a like concentrated ice blast being fired through his chest. Like they actually bothered to cut out a hole in his clothing where the blast went through. Granted, there's no like gore or anything there. It's just he's just like a little bit shirtless right there. But they did add in like some like ice of like practical ice effects on like his chin and stuff from like the blast. To try to sell like, oh yeah, he got shot through the chest, except this is like censored Dragon Ball from like the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, where yeah, he got blasted in the chest, but there's no hole. that would be too graphic for a kids show.
Wait, there was a hole though.
There's a hole in his shirt. There's not a hole in his chest. Is what I'm talking about.
No, there is.
Oh,
wait,
I thought.
Wait, hang on. It might be censored for different regions.
That's what I was talking. What I was saying is that in some censored versions of Dragon Ball Z, when Goku and Raditz get shot in the chest, there's no hole.
Yeah, I forgot that some regions censor it. Yeah.
I think it's some regions and some versions of the show censor it.
Yeah.
But again, kids show, we can't show gore. Also, if we did, we wouldn't be able to walk back in the way we did. Anywho, anything else?
No.
I'm gonna have to fucking watch this so that I can actually contribute next time.
Drive is very good. Unfortunately, it is not one of our officially released shows yet. I hope. Because we have several now.
Is there an actual, like, platform to watch Kamen Rider on? Because I know Amazon has the Shin Kamen Rider, but the only way I've been able to find any of the Kamen Riders to watch has been like online on like obscure websites. Is there not a single platform that houses any of them?
There's
Not really.
for the unofficial stuff, yes. I think one of our regular Charizard is kind of subscribed to an unofficial site that's a little bit dubious that hosts a lot of the fan sub that basically host all the fan sub Toku stuff.
Also on our site, the link that I have in there is the one that I usually wind up using. The ads can be annoying, but yeah.
Yeah, I believe what I'm linking Clock is what Charizard usually, one of our regulars, usually uses for all of the fan sub stuff. Now, for the officially released Rider series, at least for the ones that were done by Shout Factory, because the ones done by Discotech, those don't have streaming rights because Discotech doesn't want their sales to be eaten by streaming stuff because they are a very, very, very small company. They are a boutique Blu-ray company. And the Rider licenses, from my understanding, are expensive. So they need all the sales they can get, so they don't really want to do streaming, and that's fair. That's their right. Granted, what they do is Showa era stuff, so they've done Kamen Rider Black RX, which we covered Black a while back, specifically their release of Black. And they just recently released Kamen Rider V3. But Shout Factory, that has done Kuga, Ryuki, 01, Geats, and the original 1971 Kamen Rider, all that's on their streaming service. Specifically Tokusatsu. It's up on their YouTube, and it's also on Tubi, which is free. So if you want to watch like those 5 shows and any of the movies that they've done in association with those 5 shows, you can go look them up on Tubi. They're on there. Besides that, like you said, Shin Kamen Rider's on Amazon, and Black Sun's also on Amazon still, I believe. And that's kind of a rebooted, kind of darker version of Kamen Rider Black. I believe that is everything official right now. Yes, that's everything official right now. And where you can find it, at least in terms of the official stuff. We are getting more Rider officially released. It pales in comparison to what we have Ultraman wise, because Ultraman is basically everything except like 3 shows. And all 3 of those shows are, well, actually, no, scratch that. It's basically everything at this point. So I was about to say, it's those 3 shows, but like, right, those 3 shows are just not released physically. They're still officially released in terms of digital, because it's Zed, Trigger, Decker, and Arc. And those are like 4 of the 5 most recent shows. Because Blazar just came out on Blu-ray. But yeah, I guess anything else?
I don't have anything.
Block, anything else?
No, not that I can think of.
All right, then this is basically the halfway point of our December year-end extravaganza.
Yep.
So we are back Monday with the KH2 co-op randomizer,
Which will probably be objectives. I'm gonna sit down tomorrow and test the modifications I did. I think we'll probably do objectives kind of deal.
I'll probably be starting the community archipelago on Proton John server tomorrow. Or it should be starting tomorrow, I forget when.
Meaning
But
that
it's a
you'll have luckily only 2 archipelagos at the same time, but possibly having the big archipelago you're in John's server while doing the Wonder One Wednesday and the starting the 6-man one.
yep. Because for reference,
next Sunday.
because for reference, folks, this community archipelagos, a bunch of people are sub to Proton John in their Discord. A bunch of us are doing 2 games, or I think a game and a bingo card, or maybe 2 games and a bingo card. I forget. You got to do up to 2 games of up to a certain amount of checks. The total amount of items in the archipelago are 21,655 items to be found amongst the dozen or so of us that are doing it. This is the second time I've done a community archipelago with this on this server. It's 6,000 more than last time. That one was several weeks. This will probably be about that same length, I'm willing to bet, especially with us coming towards Christmas. So around Christmas and stuff, we'll probably get no progress, and then around the first of the year, we'll probably get no progress. I'm running the Burnout Revenge Crash Mode archipelago or Crash Mode manual I have for it, and I'm also doing my Ace Attorney 1 rando again.
One of those is commonly known as BK mode, the game.
Yeah, my Burnout Revenge loves BKing. It's almost like it doesn't have a whole lot to it. Granted, none of my archipelago manuals have a whole lot to them.
Yeah.
But anywho, Wednesday will be that Mario Brothers Ran Wonder Multi-World, and Friday will be our Kanga co-op, and then, like Tom was saying, our 6-game archipelago, which is kind of our biggest thing we're doing for the month, on the 22nd, 24th, and 26th. It'll be 6 games run by the 2 of us. It's basically my 3 manuals and then whatever 3 things Tommy decides.
I'm thinking Smash Ultimate's probably going to be in. Depending on how the Wonder one goes, if I get pissed to death or not, I might throw Wonder in. And if not, then Mario vs. Donkey Kong. And I don't know on the 3rd one yet. I don't know if I don't think I'm going to get the marathon one ready in time.
No.
But at the same time, I don't know if I want to do Doom or not, kind of deal. I don't know if I would be in the mindset for that anyhow, so.
But that is the weekend change ahead, folks, as we hit the back end of our year-end event. So if you like what you're seeing, folks, drop a follow. Really appreciate shipping. Well, we're not really chipping away at the affiliate goal. We're kind of dropping that.
Just stopping that part of it.
Exclamation point Discord in chat will give you the Discord link, and exclamation point social in chat gives you the links to all of our socials, whether it's Twitter, Blue Sky, or Mastodon. But we'll see you Monday, folks.